erosion, soil erosion, also the aspect of soils and sustainability analysis for farmers on soil biodiversity, and also an agricultural and horticultural soil map. We will have a coffee break and then a lunch, and we have also put a lot of emphasis this year to give more space for posters presentations, so that in the next room you have 12 posters. So also please take a time during the coffee break, during lunch, to discuss with those that prepared posters. I think there are also interesting information that will come from these posters. In the afternoon, we are really happy to have with us the Minister of Agriculture, Claude Haagen, who took time really to be present this afternoon. Then a keynote speaker on carbon farming, also impact of agricultural practices on soil, organic carbon in Luxembourg. And then one aspect which is also, let's say, very important in Luxembourg in general, with high construction activities, is really what do we do with the excavated soil, and we'll present some results on a life cycle assessment on excavated soils in Luxembourg. And then at the end, we will discuss on the soil society in Luxembourg. So with this, I want to thank you all for being here, thanking those behind the scenes, especially Bayer, for the organization, and I hope that we will have a nice day today. And with this, I give the floor to Andreas Krein from the Environmental Agency, who will bring us through the morning session.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, for being here. An interesting topic. And I would directly give the word to Claudia to have a short welcome address for us today.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here and to welcome you all to the second, may I say, annual Soil Sustainability Workshop on behalf of Minister for the Environment, Joëlle Welfring. She sends her apologies. She really would have liked to be here, and I'm glad that Minister Haagen is able to be here in the afternoon. For me, it's of course very excited to be here as a former LIS employee to see so many familiar faces, and given that I was able to attend last year. We gathered here, like Lucien Hoffmann said, just about 1 year ago to mark the occasion of the UN's World Soil Day that takes place annually on December 5th. You all know that soil is crucial to our survival. Healthy soils regulate and filter water. They provide anchorage and nutrients for our crops and forests, and they host a community of diverse organisms. There are more living organisms in one spoonful of soil than there are people on Earth. But it's not just in terms of quantity, it's also the biodiversity. So soil is the habitat for around 1/4 of biodiversity on Earth. Healthy soils absorb rainwater, filter it, store it. That's crucial. It ensures clean drinking water. Humus-rich soil can cushion extreme weather events, such as long periods of both droughts or excess precipitation, by either releasing stored water to the plants or storing excess water. In this way, even floods and droughts can be mitigated or prevented. Healthy soil is thus crucial for resilience and adaptation to climate change. But it's not just on the adaptation side, it's also on the mitigation side. Healthy soils are a powerful carbon sink. Soil is the largest terrestrial store of carbon. Between 1,500 and 2,400 billion tons of carbon are stored in the soil worldwide. The soil, in turn, releases up to 95 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year. Soil, therefore, has an enormous share in the global carbon cycle. Rising temperatures further increase the release of carbon from the soil into the atmosphere, as the metabolic processes in soil organisms run faster. I think this has captured the world's attention, the role that soil plays both on adaptation and mitigation of climate change. With the right farming practices, we can both improve crop yields and store carbon to help mitigate climate change and increase the resilience of agriculture. This is what we mean when we talk about carbon farming or regenerative agriculture. Up to 58% more food could be produced globally through sustainable soil management. And that's important given that population is increasing and climate change is, of course, wreaking havoc on crop yields. But soil is being degraded. Globally, 1/3 of soil is degraded, and the trend is towards more degradation, both here in Luxembourg and abroad. Soil erosion, soil nutrient loss, compacted soil, sealed soil, polluted soil. These degradations affect soil's ability to provide important ecosystem services. In Luxembourg, we have the demand for land for construction is such that almost 1 football field of land per day is sealed. The Ministry of Environment and the Environment Agency, the AEW, has set itself the task of quantifying the cost of all the different types of soil degradation, working in cooperation with Professor Mark Kibblewhite from University of Cranfield and Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. Why is it so important to quantify this cost? I know that there are many things we cannot quantify that soil provides, but this is one mechanism to really elevate this topic in the political discourse and in the public's eye. If we want to protect soil and reverse these kinds of soil degradations, we need an integrated soil protection strategy, since soil is under threat from many different sectors, through land take and construction, but also over-fertilization or excessive tillage. But having said all this, I don't need to tell you why soil is important. It's like preaching to the choir. You know all this, but this workshop and all of the events that are taking place all over the world to mark World Soil Day are heartening, since it means that the greater public is taking notice. It's taking notice of the crucial role that soil plays for our ecosystems, for food production, and climate change adaptation and mitigation. So I'm really glad that that we are meeting here again 1 year later. I hope we continue this. I think a soil society would be welcome news. And I'm really looking forward to being inspired by all the research you have done, that you continue to do, and I hope that the greater public takes notice and is inspired as well. And we work together to reverse soil degradation in Luxembourg and really improve our soils to provide all of these important ecosystem services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for the welcome address. And I'm pleased to introduce or to present also our first keynote speaker, Professor Mark Kibblewhite. Mark Kibblewhite's scientific focus is on the understanding of soil systems and optimizing their support for sustainable development. He is an emeritus professor of soil science at Cranfield University in Great Britain, where he was head of the Department of Natural Resources. Mark has also been the director of the UK National Soil Resource Centre. He was president of the British Institution of Agricultural Engineers, head of land policy at the European Environmental Agency, and chair of the GIC's European Soil Bureau Network. But what is even also important is to mention that he is co-author of a report published by the Environmental Agency in 2021 with the title Towards a Holistic Soil Protection in Luxembourg, where he gave a global overview about the status quo also on soil quality in Luxembourg. And he's going to present today a keynote on the title Soil Organic Carbon, Science and Realism. Mark, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, first of all, to the organisers and especially to my Luxembourgish colleagues for that very kind invitation to speak this morning. Can I just say that I was not head of land policy at the European Environment Agency? That would be very grand. I was just head of land policy at the Environment Agency for England and Wales, which is rather less. Okay, so soil organic carbon. I want to introduce some science around soil organic carbon as a way of trying to establish realistic ideas about how we can manage it. I guess, especially here in Luxembourg, an important context for what I want to say is, of course, the soil deal for Europe, and especially Objective 2, Task 2.1. That's what I'm going to really focus on, which is how to control soil organic carbon losses in cultivated land. But I'll just say that Task 2.2 is the priority. The first priority for us is to sustain the stocks of soil organic carbon that we already have. And the major stocks are in the histosols, the PT soils, and there are some of those in Luxembourg, so they should be a priority. Okay, so what I'm going to do is say a little bit about stocks and flows, talk about the dynamics of soil organic carbon, and relate that to different types of soil organic carbon and the age of those different types. A little bit on measurement, not a huge amount, but enough hopefully to make some clear points. And then an important question for soil health, which is what is a good level of soil organic carbon? And finally, a little bit on management options, although I should say I'm a soil scientist, not an agronomist. So just to get us going, putting soil aside, stocks and flows. So hopefully you've already got your wood pile well organized for the depth of winter. You've been chopping the trees and preparing the logs, and you've got a very big pile now, which you're going to use during the winter. So you have a stock of carbon, which is a fuel for your heating and other purposes, and you're going to flow that carbon out as you burn it. So we have this essential idea of stocks and flows, illustrated by a wood pile. So just to reinforce what Claudia has just said, there is in fact somewhere around about 4 times as much carbon in permanent form or near permanent forms of soil organic carbon as there is in the above ground vegetation and associated roots. So it is really critical that we manage that stock and we understand the flows in and out of that stock. So in the same way as in the wood pile, the height of the wood pile depends on the flow in and the flow out. So also does the level of soil organic carbon in soil. There's a dynamic, it's a dynamic property. So the most important thing to understand about soil is that it's a living system. Yeah, that is the really, really essential idea, construct that you need to understand soil, that it is a living system. And this living system doesn't have a wood pile, but it does have a pile of fuel, which is soil organic carbon, which it has stored, which comes from the above ground vegetation carbon that's been introduced into the soil. And as that carbon is used by the soil biota, it goes through the different trophic levels. Some of it is respired and taken into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Some of it is moved forward, possibly transformed into another form of soil organic carbon. So we have a cascade of transfers of carbon from one form to another. And don't look at the detail of this. The idea is just to give you a slight impression of an engine, okay? So think about an engine in a car or vehicle of some kind. And soil is, in thermodynamic terms, a kind of engine. It's a living biological engine. It uses carbon as fuel to do work. The work that it does is partly to maintain the habitat that it needs in order to continue working. So if you might say it's kind of internal housekeeping work, creating that extraordinary architecture of pores at a very fine scale that unfortunately we're not able to see, but we're beginning to understand better. A lot of the work, however, is done for the wider ecosystem. And some of that work is harvested by us as human beings in the form of goods and services. So first idea, soil is a living system. Second idea, it's a kind of living engine that uses carbon as a fuel. Okay, so thinking about an engine. When you buy your new Mercedes, they tell you what its performance is. And depending on how you look after the wonderful vehicle, its performance may stay close to what it was when it was manufactured, or may reduce as the engine is worn, is degraded. Similarly, if we think about soil as a living engine, it has a potential, which, if you like, by analogy, is the manufacturer's performance standard. It has a potential, but it may not operate at that potential if it is degraded. And one of the key things that determines whether it's working at its potential or not is the access of the soil biota, the living engine, to different forms of carbon. So in thinking about soil health, we need to think about what it is that determines the performance of the actual performance of the engine. And the actual performance, to my mind, is a measure of soil health. So the actual performance relative to the potential performance is, I think, a good measure of soil health. And I think that's closely related to the forms of soil organic carbon and their levels in the soil. So let's do a little bit of science, because we enjoy that, don't we? And I hope you can see this all right. There's quite a lot of detail here, and I'm going to try and take you through it fairly carefully, watching the time. Okay, so when the carbon is used by the soil biota, it is oxidized, and there's a transfer of electrons, which is taken into the biological system as an energy transfer, effectively. But the oxidation state of carbon in different molecules isn't really quite equivalent. Well, it isn't equivalent. And so the free energy of that electron transfer depends on the molecular structure of the soil organic carbon. And here's another thing. In soils, we have, even in soils that appear to be aerobic, to be well aerated, within the pore structure and the aggregates, we may have areas that are actually anaerobic. We will have areas that actually are anaerobic. So in those anaerobic parts, and especially, of course, if it's a clay soil with a lot of anaerobic horizons, the oxygen that's going to be required, the electron transfer process, is driven by a different source, which is the reduction of sulfate. So the yield of energy from different forms of carbon, different molecular forms of carbon, is different. And the availability, if you like, of energy to drive that transformation depends on the aerobic status, the redox potential, actually, of the soil. So if we take glucose as a first example, that's at the top. then this is readily available. It's a very labile form of carbon. The cost of getting to it is not very high, and it's quickly used up as a source of carbon. So on the left-hand side, we can assign glucose a rate constant of 1. And so we need to distinguish between the thermodynamic opportunity and the kinetics that actually apply. And this, in simple terms, means, does the reaction proceed or not? Is it energetically favorable? And secondly, does the reaction proceed quickly or is it very slow? So if it's very fast, I can assign it a value of 1. And if it doesn't happen, I assign it to 0, meaning it's kinetically inhibited. And these curves are worth looking at afterwards, and I won't go into them in much more detail, except to point out that very simple forms of carbon, like glucose, like polysaccharides and so on, are in a labile fraction. And much more complex forms of carbon, we could discuss at length what those are, but higher molecular weight carbon is what is sometimes described as inert, meaning that its rate of use by the soil system is rather slow. Okay, let's move on. So this inert form of soil organic carbon is the carbon we're interested in for carbon sequestration. If it doesn't last in the soil, then in effect, we're not really sequestering carbon. We just have a flow that flows out. What we're interested in is flows that result in a stock change. And really fascinating result from our colleagues at INRA is that 75% of the soil organic carbon, even in arable topsoils, is more than 75 years old, right? So that is the fraction of carbon we're interested in. If we can increase that will continue for some possibly hundreds of years, and we actually have had an effective carbon sequestration. If we look at some results now, I mean really classical results from David Jenkinson in the 1970s, he estimated that this most chemically stabilized fraction of soil organic carbon has a half-life of almost 2,000 years, whereas the labile form of carbon, glucose, the polysaccharides, etc., is very short-lived, has a half-life of at most a few years. And in the center here, some really valuable results, hundreds of samples across Germany that have been used to estimate levels of different forms of physically occluded soil organic carbon. So as well as this chemical process of stabilizing soil organic carbon, we have physical processes as well. It's like, if you can imagine, the carbon is down a very narrow pore and it's just physically occluded. It's too difficult to get at for the soil biota, or the soil organic carbon is absorbed very, very strongly onto a clay or metal oxide surface, and the energy required to remove it and then process it is too great, and so therefore it's stabilized. And if we look at that, the interesting things are, if we look at the bottom, and we're looking at the absolute change between cropland and grassland, that looks pretty impressive. It's more than twice in grassland in total. And that tells us that if we move from cropland to grassland, we should see an increase in these fractions of soil organic carbon. On the other hand, if we look at the top and we look at the percentages in those different land use types, they are actually really quite similar, which is also an interesting point we can perhaps discuss it over coffee. Well, that was good, wasn't it? So all we need to do is take arable land into grassland and we'll have a big gain. Slight problem. How long does it take to happen? So on the left here, some really, I think, really valuable data that's come from an experiment which wasn't designed for soil organic carbon. It's an ecological experiment with dozens of sites where there have been deliberate land use changes. And we can see what those land use changes result in terms of soil organic carbon change between 1978 and 2007, so about 30 years. I make that 2052 end of. That's just after 2050, isn't it? That's a date we need to have done a lot by. Right, well, at the bottom, you can't read it, I think. We've got, for example, crops and weeds going to fertile grassland. Oh dear, no significant change. The big changes at the top are where the water regime has been changed, and that early slide that I showed you with the change from aerobic to anaerobic illustrates what's happened, because when it's anaerobic, some forms of carbon will persist, which wouldn't persist in an aerobic system. So it creates a problem for us, because we were hoping, I think, okay, we go from arable to grassland and we get a big increase. But of course, we also need that increase now or within a few years. And realistically, I think that's quite difficult. Difficult to achieve in terms of the core stabilized soil organic carbon. Of course, there's a change in the labile carbon. On the right here, just to illustrate that if we could wait long enough, we could do a great deal, but my contention is we don't have the time. This is from Rothamsted, so you can see a run of data over more than 100 years with 30 tons of farmyard manure applied per hectare per year. But there is a steady increase in soil organic carbon, actually from around about 30 tons per hectare right up to 70, so doubling over a long period of time. Okay, so in that background, what is the actual value of carbon, of soil organic carbon? First of all, as a source of energy for the biota and for this living engine. And I don't want to sort of spread gloom, because even though these changes are small at a field scale, single field scale, when we do that over very large areas, over the whole of agricultural lands in Luxembourg, the whole of agricultural lands in the European Union, the whole of agricultural lands across the globe, then we're looking at really large numbers. So we shouldn't, just because it looks like we don't get very much change very quickly, actually step back. We need to do it, even though actually the results are not perhaps as wonderful as we hoped. So we need to measure it. First of all, I would suggest as a soil health indicator. But here's the thing. I think it's unrealistic to measure soil organic carbon on the basis that, okay, so we've got some fields with soil organic carbon. We'll measure that. We'll send the data off somewhere. We'll come back in 3, 5, 10 years. We'll measure it again. We'll send the data off to the people we sent it to before, and they'll send us a bank transfer of X thousand euros. This, to me, is a completely unrealistic proposition, because although at a research scale we can measure those changes, although we can't realistically measure changes in less than about 5 years, we can do it, but then we have to measure carbon at different levels in the soil profile. We have to measure the bulk density as well as the soil organic carbon content. And because even in an apparently homogeneous field, we have great variability in space and time and spatial variability, we need to take a lot of samples. And my contention is the cost of doing that will always probably outweigh of doing it properly, so you can sign the financial warranty and so on, will always be greater than the actual income that you're going to get. So I think that's unrealistic. So moving on, what is a good level of soil organic carbon? And on the left, we've got hundreds and hundreds of soil samples that have been taken in different land uses where soil organic carbon's been measured and clay content. And what we find when we do that is that there's a floor below which the soil organic carbon doesn't drop, which relates to clay, and there's also an upper limit. And we can look at that data and we can say, well, okay, so for a given clay content, given land use, there's a range within which we expect the soil organic carbon to fall. And we can look at that distribution and then arrive at an idea of where would be an optimum level. And it turns out that if you do that, a reasonable rule is that if you've got 1 part of soil organic carbon to 13 clay, you've got it about right. I won't unpack it anymore because time is short, but if you have an opportunity, have a look at these papers. So, as I said, I'm a soil scientist, not an agronomist, but I'll just make a few comments about options that we can use to increase soil organic carbon. Well, we could bring lots of manure, and indeed that's what was done at the Rothamsted site. So over a long period of time, we'll get an increase, but we need to do that persistently over long periods of time. And also bear in mind that there's no such thing as free carbon. So if we've taken the manure from somewhere else, then we've depleted the stock somewhere else. We can perhaps leave more crop residues in the field. And indeed, that will, over time, increase the soil organic carbon, but again, rather slowly. We can convert our continuous arable to, say, lay arable. But the problem here is that, yes, it will go up, but as we come into arable, it will go down because what we're looking at is changes in the lay-bar fraction, not the inert fraction. However, if you persist over the long periods of time, which I contend we haven't got, you will get an increase. The final one is an interesting one, particularly, I think, that there is some evidence that the availability of nitrogen is important, because if you go back afterwards and have a look at that biothermodynamic model, you'll see that the amino acids are less lay-bar. So it could be that the forms of carbon, that soil organic carbon that we get, are more nitrogen rich and last longer. And also, of course, if we've got a more productive crop, we're going to see more root mass, and that root mass will increase the supply of carbon into the soil. So a few conclusions. Maintaining and enhancing soil organic carbon is the key to soil health. So regardless of issues of climate mitigation, it's really important for managing soil systems. We can move from cropland to grassland, and it's effective, but only over long periods of time. We can put extra carbon in, either by not harvesting as much out of the agro-ecosystem we're using, or alternatively bringing carbon from another place if we haven't stolen it. And if we persist with that over a period of time, we will get an increase. It's my view that the idea that you go out and actually measure carbon stocks in the field and use that as a basis for payments is for the birds, yeah. However, we know what will, over time, increase soil organic carbon, what changes will increase soil organic carbon. I've illustrated a few. And more than that, we can model that. And more than that, we know that if those changes occur over very large landscapes, they become materially important to climate mitigation. So I am completely convinced that from a policy perspective, there's a really, really strong argument for incentivizing those changes which will increase soil organic carbon in soil. So I'd like to finish on that positive note that there's a way forward. Okay, thank you very much. I hope that's useful. Please have a look at the slides. There's more in them than I could explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think we gained some minutes, so there's still time for questions, either inside the room or probably also outside in the web. Please.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Babatunde Agbaogun from University of Trier, Germany. I just want to draw your attention to one of your concluding thoughts on the how to improve carbon stock in soils. As a chemist, I have a kind of reservation to one of the points on the addition of manure and other organic materials. I think in trying to solve a problem, we might as well be creating other problems. What did I mean? It's quite a number of studies have shown that manures are laden with a lot of chemicals, biocides, especially antibiotics and quaternary ammonium compounds, which are really creating problems of resistance in man. So how do we solve this?
Well, I agree with you, first of all. You need to be really, really careful about the sources of manure, sewage, wastewater treatment sludges, municipal composts, all of those things, because they do contain often quite elevated levels. And apart from metals and some organics, we should also mention plastics and microplastics. So how do we solve it? Well, to some extent, it at least is controlled by having clear standards. But the problem there is that at a practical level on a farm, you're moving from one place to another, a stock of manure or slurry or whatever. You're not really going to have the opportunity to test it for a wide range of contaminants. But certainly if you bring material from the urban environment into the rural environment and use it as a manure, you need to be really alert to the possibility you're introducing contaminants. Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh.
Hi, Claudia.
Hi, okay. Thanks for your talk. So I've noticed now in the past 2 years or so, and especially after this documentary on Netflix called Kiss the Ground, that people have become very excited about soil. So non-soil scientists thinking, there we have it, there's our solution for climate change. So in your readings in the popular press on regenerative agriculture, carbon farming, do you think that the claims that are being made are exaggerated, or actually, yes, soil will play a key role?
Soil plays a key role. That's certain. Regenerative agriculture covers a variety of systems. It's a generic term, but overall, I think it's a positive development. It's looking at managing an agro-ecosystem as a holistic ecosystem. So I don't criticize at all the developments and the concepts, but yes, I have to say, I think there's a hope which is mistaken. The hope is that, yes, we can increase soil organic carbon, we can draw down sufficient carbon from the atmosphere in a short period of time, and all will be well. Sorry, I think it's a bit more challenging for humanity than that. Thank you.
I regret asking the question, okay.
Hi, very interesting talk. I have a question. Are there any specific, let's say, solutions that you would say, okay, this is the right approach that a farmer can take right now to increase his stock of organic carbon? And that solution, do you think, are there any economic incentives in place that you could say, okay, well, if you switch to this, but take this land then? So what are the modes to convince a farmer, which are the largest landowners in the world, to create these effects, right?
Okay, well, this could be another talk, so I have to be very brief. I mean, the first thing is to do the right thing in the right place. Okay, so different land and different soils have different qualities for different things. So we need to be thoughtful about that, because if we are doing an agricultural production which is unsuited to the particular soil and the particular land that it's being done on, then it's quite likely that we're going to degrade the soil system, including reducing the carbon. So the first thing is try to make sure that what you do is appropriate and matched to the natural resource that you're using. The second thing is to be mindful, and one of the best ways to be mindful is to measure. Yeah. So even if you can't measure soil organic carbon so that you can send it off and get a check back, you should be measuring soil organic carbon, because that will focus your mind and your thinking on how you do it. So what can you do? Well, first of all, if you're using land that actually should be in grassland, maybe it's land that erodes very easily, but you're using it for arable, move it to grassland. And a good policy will be to identify those areas and incentivize farmers to do it. Yeah. Next thing, even though those changes that I outlined are actually quite small in the short term, they're real. We can actually see and model changes for small changes in the system, like, for example, introducing grass breaks or other catch crops or whatever. And if those are done everywhere, that makes a big difference. So why don't we incentivize farmers to do that? So I could go on and on, but I think there are actually lots of opportunities to actually improve the performance of agriculture, and partly by increasing the availability of soil organic carbon and making the soil do more work for the farm, but also because that is a benefit that's widespread to society. So why don't we incentivize? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Porco from the Nature Musée. Could you say a word about the integration of the carbon and nitrogen cycle? I'm thinking about the high fertilization level of mineral nitrogen. Is it impacting the soil carbon sequestration?
Well, I start from a simple idea that increasing the productivity of the above ground vegetation, above ground ecosystem, actually will introduce more carbon into the soil system. So I don't think nitrogen is a bad thing. Yeah. The issue is more about how we use that nitrogen so that we use it efficiently and we don't get a lot of external damage as a result of using that nitrogen. Specifically, obviously, we need to avoid nitrous oxide emissions and nitrate to groundwater resulting from excess nitrogen application. But I think there's no better way to get carbon into the soil and increase soil organic carbon than to have a fertile agricultural operation. And that probably requires nitrogen. Where you get the nitrogen from is another issue. Yeah.
There were results that they were telling that excess nitrogen would deplete like photosynthate from exudate from the roots. So maybe it's impacting the storage of carbon.
More research is required, I think, to really confirm that. I mean, that little comment that I put in at the bottom is a kind of teaser, frankly. An observation, I think, oh, hold on, I know that amino acids and some nitrogen containing organic compounds are more chemically stable against the biota than are those with less nitrogen. If there's a proper supply of nitrogen to the system, maybe those increase. So I'm afraid I can't be categoric in my answer. Thank you. There are a lot of hypotheses around. Yeah, but we mustn't overuse nitrogen. Yeah.
I think we have time for one last question.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be quick, like a bit similar to what the previous colleague asked for the farmers. What do you think are the most pressing policies that we can implement on a government level? It was always difficult to ask farmers to do the right thing, right? But if we have the right policies in place, what do you think the low-hanging fruits are?
Okay. Well, I think the low-hanging fruit, for the policy community is also a difficult one to implement. The low-hanging fruit is to make sure that land use matches land capacity and capability. Yeah, and in particular, if we've got soils that have been drained and are probably not very productive for agriculture, if those soils are re-wetted, we ought to see quite a rapid increase in soil organic carbon. And if we look across Europe, and for these purposes only include the British Isles, then there are large areas which have been drained historically and are not very productive. So I would go for those and incentivize re-wetting of those soils. I think that would bring a very early and probably very substantial contribution to climate mitigation.
Okay, so we take the last question from the web, please.
Yes, please. I have a question from Hari Ram Upataye. Which approach is better, either increasing soil carbon in the arable land or protecting soil carbon in grassland and forest?
I don't like to make the choice. The first priority, as I said right at the beginning, is to conserve the existing stocks. And the stocks that are in organic soils, histosols and soils with histic horizons or substantial organic horizons, in wetlands, in natural areas, and in forests. These need to be conserved. That's the first priority. So I don't like to make the choice, but certainly the first priority is to conserve the existing stocks and not allow those to be reduced.
Okay, thank you very much once again. Thank you also for the questions.
Thank you.
And I would like ask I would like to ask Kate Buckeridge for the next talk. Kate is Senior Researcher at LIST at the Environmental Research and Innovation Department. And the title is about a project with the abbreviation ADAPT. It's about reducing the trade-off between N2O emissions and soil organic carbon sequestration in Luxembourg croplands. Please, Kate.
So the first thing is there's about, are these actually reserved, these seats? No, because there's all these people standing. You can come sit in the front and get comfortable, and a couple more seats. There's my organizer hat. Also, is there a, okay. Nobody else? Okay. Okay, so I'm happy that my talk actually addresses some of the questions that were just asked about the costs of some of the things we do to soil, and also what can farmers do. So I'm going to talk about reducing the trade-off between nitrous oxide emissions and soil organic carbon sequestration in Luxembourg croplands. This is not results. This is a project that's just about to start. There we are. The name of the project is called Smart Cropping to Adapt Luxembourg Croplands to Climate Change. It's, as I said, it's just starting this project, and it's for 4 years. It's funded by the FNR, the Luxembourg National Funding Agency, and the Ministry of Agricultural, Viticulture and Rural Development. And it's a collaboration between scientists at LIST and scientists at the University of Aberdeen, as well as the Chambre d'Agriculture and 2 farmers in Luxembourg, Mr. Mill and Mr. Temples. So what we're dealing with is a challenge. The challenge is to increase soil organic carbon, as we all know, and that's both to improve soil health, as we've heard, as well as to mitigate climate change and drought, as we also heard from Claudia. And drought is a constant challenge, or an increasing challenge, I should say, for Luxembourg farmers. So you can see that in this plot right here, which is an image of the climatic water balance, the difference between evapotranspiration and precipitation, and we're increasingly going towards a negative climate balance. And so, of course, any changes that we have to make should either mitigate drought or at least not make it worse. And it's also really important that the changes be farmer feasible. We don't want to make changes that are going to take new machinery, new staff, or something that's very difficult and unlikely to be implemented. And another big challenge is the EU Green Deal. So Luxembourg, like the rest of Europe, has promised by 2030 a 55% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And that includes a 27% reduction in agricultural specific greenhouse gas emissions. And nitrous oxide is a particular challenge for agriculture. So nitrous oxide is not got a large concentration in the atmosphere, but it does have a much larger global warming potential than CO2. And at the moment, the global N2O emissions are in the range of 17 teragrams of nitrogen per year. This plot on the left here shows you agricultural or N2O emissions globally from agriculture. And you can see that right around 6 to 7. So a third of all of the global emissions of N2O are coming from agriculture. So this is mostly linked to nitrogen inputs to the environment, especially into soils. So in Luxembourg, our nitrous oxide emissions are 29% of all our agricultural greenhouse gas emissions. And importantly, and this is the crux of my talk, nitrous oxide emissions are linked to soil carbon. So here's another one of these kind of slides. I didn't have is there a pointer here? Or here, I'll just point. So the point is there's this soil carbon cycle on the left and the nitrogen cycle on the right. And as we already heard, most microbes are heterotrophs like us, and they need carbon. So so microbes control the pathways that fix nitrogen. So that's the nitrogen into the soil organic matter. They also mineralize nitrogen. So when they break down that soil organic matter, it goes into this mineral end pool, which is of course important for plants. And in this process, it produces N2O, either through denitrification or through nitrification. So when they release this N2O, of course, is the problem. Because microbes need carbon for growth and activity, then they also are, when they're acquiring carbon, they're also releasing nitrogen because the soil organic matter has both in it. So this is causing this mineralization and threatening the release of N2O. So there's a risk that increasing soil organic matter, which is what we all want to do, also will increase the release of N2O. So that's that N2O trade-off. And I'm not the only one that's worried about this. So this is a meta-analysis of a meta-analysis. These authors looked at a bunch of different land use changes, or I shouldn't say land use changes, management changes that are meant to improve soil organic carbon and at their cost for N2O. And the nice point is here that these 3 changes or 4 changes that are known to increase carbon, for instance, agroforestry, cover crops, no tillage, and organic amendment, all tended to have a net carbon sequestration. That's the orange. Only a few things had the net N2O release. And mostly this is because they all tended to, especially cover crops, which is the focus of my talk, reduced carbon loss, increased carbon inputs, increased nitrogen uptake by plants, and also in the case of cover crops, if you use the right balance of nitrogen fixers like legumes in your mix, you can enhance the nitrogen and then reduce the amount of nitrogen fertilizer that you add. And that's honestly the difference here. This had 100% legumes, whereas this one had a mix of legumes. So, however, there's still concerns. This is a quite well-cited study about a modeling exercise using 8,000 arable Lucas locations. So this is the EU Soil Commission, EU Commission soil database. And they compared cover crops on the left with no till. And there you can see, so the blue line is the CO2, that's the carbon that's sequestered, and the orange is the N2O that's released. And you can see when there's no tillage on the left, you have a small but nonetheless net increase in carbon, or a carbon sink into the soil, we say. On the right, same cover crops, but this time the residues incorporated with tillage. And now we have more carbon increased because we push that carbon into the ground, but we also have much higher N2O releases. And now we have a net greenhouse gas flux, a positive flux or a source. And so this is a modeling exercise, but it's nonetheless a concern, how we manage those cover crops. So as I said, the title of the project is Smart Cropping to Adapt Luxembourg Agriculture to Climate Change. And so the idea of smart cropping is that we use constant cover cropping to increase soil organic carbon and reduce drought effects. So in this case, we use a legume mix of cover crops as well as undersown crops. So we're trying to constantly keep regular photosynthate inputs into the soil. And we're going to use this in a common crop rotation, which is maize, wheat, barley. We'll use reduced synthetic nitrogen additions because we're going to have those legumes in the mix, and also reduce tillage. We won't be able to get rid of tillage completely because we don't use glyphosate in Luxembourg, but we still will try to reduce that tillage and to both reduce nitrous oxide and CO2 losses. So our objective is to co-develop with the farmer some management changes that are feasible to reduce the soil greenhouse gas emissions and increase soil carbon. And we're working with 2 different farmers. So we'll be measuring N2O emissions throughout the project at the plots. We'll also be working in both surface and deep or below the plow layer soil carbon, because there's been some contradictory results about how soil carbon is stored in the plow layer and below the plow layer. And in fact, I guess there's suggestion that even tillage, for instance, which reduces soil carbon above the plower, can increase it below the plow layer. Right, so we'll be investigating if smart cropping increases drought tolerance, and for that, we're going to have some experimental spring drought imposed. We're going to upscale those greenhouse gas emissions that we measure in the field through modeling, and that's together with the University of Aberdeen. And then we're going to exchange findings and suggestions with the farmers, both the 2 that we're working with, plus hopefully the larger farming community, with the help of the Chambre d'Agriculture, which is a farmer advisory company in Luxembourg. So we have 2 field sites. This is Mr. Temple's field site in the south, and he has typically got this in serial rotation. It's a near neutral soil that's got fairly low carbon. And so we hope to see a change in that over the 3 years or 4 years, but perhaps not, but we'll see. The second is Mr. Mills' farm in Perlay. So this one here is a non-permanent grassland in rotation with cereals. So we expect to see higher soil carbon. We know there's higher soil carbon here, and we expect to see it drop when we first start the project, when it's converted to serial rotation, but then hopefully be higher overall. So these are the field experiments. In both sites, we're going to set up 2 transects, one for smart cropping and one for conventional management. And then we have a number of plots where we either have a control for drought or we have this passive rain shelter. Those rain shelters will reduce the incoming rainfall during the spring when they're deployed for 3 months by about 65% of the 10-year average. And of course, if we have a really strong drought 1 year, we won't use as much of an interception. I'm not trying to kill plants, we're just trying to create an experimental drought, with the point to see if our hypotheses are true. When we use smart cropping, do we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and do we have more tolerance to drought? So in the lab, this is where we get by the fact that we can't usually measure differences in soil organic carbon in just 3 or 4 years. It's quite difficult because, as Professor Kibblewhite said, the stocks of carbon are too large in the soil to measure small differences over such a short time. And so instead we have what we call indicators, biological indicators that have either here in this chart, as you go down, you have things that take longer. So there should be more effective predictors of soil carbon change. But we're still going to look at the ones that are very quick to change too, to see if those help. So for instance, indicators of soil biological health, such as the biomass diversity and connectivity of microbes, as well as the abundance of earthworms. We're going to look at how decomposition rates change, especially enzyme activity. And we've already done some baseline measures of this, and we already see much higher activity in the grassland soil in the north than in the cropland soil in the south. And then finally, I think one of the best indicators, which takes, although it's a little bit slower to respond, is how this plant carbon inputs are retained as soil organic carbon. The idea that this is this image on the left, the idea that plant photosynthetes, especially that coming through the roots, are feeding the microbial biomass and creating rapid turnover. And that's something we anticipate with constant cover and constant input of photosynthetes from these cover crops. That biomass of the microbial biomass dies and turns into necromass. And in the case of agricultural soils, we know most of the carbon, about 50 to 80% of it, is stored as dead microbes, not necessarily dead plant material. So the way that that necromass accumulates is really important, and where it goes, just like Professor Kibolite was saying, if it's found on mineral surfaces or particulate organic matter, has something to do with how long it lasts. So we're going to be measuring all those different pools and flows. Right. And then finally, we're going to be doing the modeling. So we have 3 models that we're going to calibrate and validate for Luxembourg using a combination of the national data as well as the management data that we collect from the site. And then we're going to use regional climate change projections to predict the future evolution of greenhouse gases for Luxembourg croplands, as well as develop some new modules to incorporate some of those biological drivers of carbon that we talked about, especially earthworms. Then there's a knowledge exchange. This is a really important part. University of Aberdeen is going to train us in how to run these models. We have some community outreach planned, winter workshops and field visits for the farming community, as well as the local agricultural fair, be presenting there. There's demo signs, articles in the agricultural newspaper, as well. We already have an article coming out in the agricultural, I guess it's the Farmer's Almanac equivalent for Luxembourg. And we plan to engage next generation farmers. We hope to give seminars at the LTA and talk about the Cool Farm tool, which is a very nice product that's anybody can use, any farmer can use or landowner can use to see how their different management has an output for greenhouse gases or biodiversity. And then finally, we would plan to provide greenhouse gas and soil carbon budgets to policymakers, as well as maps and projections to the ministries. And so what I'm hoping to get out of this project, what is success for this project, is obviously novel and informative science, especially this trade-off between greenhouse gases and soil organic carbon accumulation and how that's influenced by cover crops and how it's influenced by drought. We hope to gain give something to the science community from our biological indicators of soil carbon, as well as our mapping cropland emissions. And equally as important is the exchange with the farm community, the farmer community. So we'd like to see stronger farm community engagement with the objectives, the balance between increasing soil organic carbon and reducing greenhouse gases, and also to get better insights for researchers and scientists and farmers about how to actually apply some of these management changes. It's quite challenging to work with cover crops and undersown crops when you have a drought. It's hard to seed and plant and manage those. So we need feedback from the farming community to help improve our methods too. Okay, and that's all I have. So thank you for your time.
Questions, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Kate. Thank you for this talk. You are going to look at the earthworms abundance. Are you going to look at the different ecological group or just a bunch of them?
Could you repeat the question?
Are you going to differentiate between the abundance of the different ecological group into the earthworms, or are you just going to look into earthworm abundance? Épigée, Tanessic?
Functional groups and age. I must admit, that's not my expertise. That's Michael Eichmann that's going to be doing that. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since there's climate change, we basically see more droughts and more heavy precipitation events. Do you think that the smart cropping would also help against like strong rainfalls?
Absolutely, keeping ground cover constantly will reduce erosion. So yeah, that's definitely, it's not planned as an experimental manipulation, but yes, I do think so.
No other questions? In the web also? Okay. Thank you very much again. Okay. The next speaker is Mathieu Steffen from Administration des Services Techniques de l'Agriculture, and he will speak about soil erosion and specifically about the identification of risk areas in Luxembourg in the context of the new common agricultural policy.
Good morning, everyone. I do not have the time to show all the work done about soil erosion, but I will provide information on the inventory of the database and the key facts that we learned from this inventory. We can find other explanation and other information on the poster session. So soil erosion is a major threat of about soil. It causes a thinning of the topsoils and will decrease organic carbon, water holding capacity, and have negative long-term on soil fertility. Moreover, it can produce also off-site effect, causing flood damages and ecosystem disturbance. I conduct a large erosion inventory by photo interpretation for multiple purposes. Increase awareness, plausibilize existing erosion model like the Russell's models. I develop a classification model at the parcel level for the purpose of the new common agricultural policy, and it gives us a better knowledge of this phenomenon. We propose an hybrid approach using photo interpretation and machine learning methods to define 5 classes of risk. Not identify risk, a very low risk, a low risk, a medium, and a high risk. You can find this map on the GeoPortal in the section of agriculture, soil, and then erosion. I won't go to the detail to the policy, but we make restriction in the ploughing period from the 14 October bis 1st February. We have a definition on minimal soil cover needed, and we give mandatory installation of grass strip in orange and red parcel, the higher risk categories. To define this relative risk, we propose a similar approach as flooding risk. So it's based on 2 factors: the frequency, how much time we see erosion on orthophoto, and the density, how much linear meter of straight erosion can we see. So erosion is a natural process, so it cannot every time be avoided, even with good agricultural measure. So to be in the orange or the red class, erosion has to be intense and repeated with time. Even if Luxembourg is very small, a method is needed to target the area where photo interpretation is relevant. So the first phase was using our personal knowledge of erosion risk and the Russell's model to identify a first data set. And then in the second phase, I use a machine learning method to identify this possibly theoretical risk area using multiple approach from teledetection to physical modeling of erosion. So we got a data set initially from 100 parcel to 5,000. And this inventory gives us some insight in soil erosion vulnerability. So we have a temporal variability. So we have the number of detected parcel change from year to year. There is also natural explanation of that with intense rainfall event and some biases, like the quality of photo is better with time. And the date of the photo is not always constant. And we have the particularity to have a winter aerial photo in 2019. About a fifth of the parcel in Copland were with erosion detected. There is 51% of this parcel where erosion was a one-time event. And we see also regional differences between Gotland, the southern part of the country, and Ösling. In Gotland, we see that erosion is on average 2 time over the period of 10 years detected, and less in Ösling with 1.4. And this plot gives you an idea of the spatial temporal variability. We see that some patterns repeat each year. The Ösling, the northern part, is more is a color of green, and we have some part of Gotland with more risk area. If we add all this year, this 10 years of observation, we have the total density of soil erosion on the right. And if we see the spatial pattern, it's matched quite well the soil erodibility. The soil erodibility is a calculation from the Russell equation. It says when your silt content is high, when your carbon content is low, you have soil that is more at risk. And stony soil is also a correction factor. It protects soil. So stony soil are in the territory or less prone to water erosion. So we compare if our theoretical knowledge of soil erodibility match the inventory. So on the left side of the graph, you can see the proportion of area with diffuse erosion. And for each texture class, from the most prone erosion, the most detected erosion soil was a silty soil and light clay soil. On the bottom of the graph, we find very sandy soil and stony soil from the northern part of the country. And the black dot are the theoretical soil erodibility factor, the mean of each texture class. So we see the proportion of area detected goes parallel with the soil erodibility. We have diffuse erosion and we have linear erosion. It exists some inventory on other part of the world where gully or linear erosion was surveyed. I took one example, the neighbor region of the Walloon region. The Jurassic area is quite the same geology that the Gotland. But we cannot compare directly our two research or approach because we have a 10 years inventory. So we have more rainfall event, we have more possibility to see erosion. So I limit theoretically our survey on a 3-year period, and we see that our linear erosion density is a bit higher than the Walloon regions, but it's the same time of order. And our length of linear erosion is smaller because we have, in comparison with other countries, small area. A classical way to define a risk of linear erosion is to define a threshold. So we identify the gully head, the starting point of erosion, and we look at the contributing area, the area in orange, and the slope at the initial point. And we see some differences in different soil class. We see that stony soil are more resistant to linear erosion, and silty soils are more prone. They need a smaller slope and a smaller contributing area to initiate it soil erosion. This is plus minus the same graph with another factor, which is LS factor, which from the Russell equation. And we see that stony soil need a higher LS factor to initiate soil erosion. So we have, on average, we have a linear density of 9, but there is some differences between soil types. And the less prone are the stony soil in earthing. One outlier is from stony soil is the dolomitic soil, the GD for the measured calc unit. Where the difference is maybe not only the soil, but also the agricultural practice. In earthing, we have a lot of lay and crop rotation, which is not the case in these units. Another factor that play a role is profile development. In our detail soil chart, we define a group of profile development, and one is more prone to risk is alluvion and colluvion. It is fluvial soil or soil in small valley due to our topographical position. We are more prone to soil erosion. Now I will talk about the crop type. For the last 10 years, we see that most identified parcels are with maize, other with winter crops, winter wheat. It varies from year to year, depending of the presence of heavy rainfall in the early summer. And we can look at 2019 because it's only a year with 2 aerial photography, one in winter, one in summer. So it's a more complete year. It was a year with quite a lot of rainfall in the winter months. So it shows that winter wheat or the winter crops was more prone to water erosion. And on the other hand, whole crop silage, summer crops, legume, and temporary grassland was far more or less at risk. Photo interpretation, it's an interpretation. It has some limitation. We don't see the field all the time after all rainfall, but we have 11 snapshots. Some small damage are not visible. Some areas are less visible near forest. There is also a risk of confusion with wildlife perturbation, with trace of agricultural machinery. and sometimes it's difficult to detect diffuse erosion. At the bottom, you have a case which is easy. You have a crop, and then a grassland, and you can see the mud on the bottom. If you have two cropland adjacent, you cannot see it. About this inventory, we will integrate it the next year, 2021, 2022, and also the agricultural practice. We can also work on understanding more about the phenomena. What about the rainfall intensity, the amount of runoff coming from the soil, the role of soil cover and soil resistance. That's it for me.
Thanks a lot for the interesting talk. Are there any questions? Kate?
Yes, I have a question, please. The difference, the effect of the crop, the winter crops causing more erosion or being prone to more erosion, is it because of the crop, the plant itself, or the management that occurs during the winter?
If I go back to my slide, we have quite a difference between the crops. Winter wheat has developed less vegetation in winter than winter barley, so we cannot put it all in one category. It's very dependent of the development, and soil tillage or the preparation of the seed can play a role if a winter crop is more at risk or not. I think it's the same question as before. What would be, from your perspective, some policies that implement to avoid soil erosion? There is a lot of practice that I know that I quite largely use. We talk about cover crops with lay rotations, minimizing the soil tillage. There is some innovative techniques in the potatoes field or in maize fields for soil preparation, creating more rigorosity, more element like edges, grass strip help us also.
Yeah, I'll just talk about it. So are there any, I see in your list, and I can't see everything, but have you ever looked into permanent grasslands and what their effect on soil erosion as well as on carbon sinking is? And if you have, are there any regulatory steps or policy changes that we may take into effect to decrease soil erosion in Luxembourgish agricultural lands?
Permanent grassland is not at risk for soil erosion, but increasing the amount of permanent grassland is always interesting, but we have also other aspects to taking account of. And yeah.
Roby, I have a question. Did you ever thought about using another erosion model, or is it just limited to the
No, use Simve was quite great to identify this linear erosion. It's a physical model from MITAS. So what MCDM exists also. I have also tried sediment and delivery ratio from INVEST model that works. All models are wrong. We need to use all the models that we can use and find if it's interesting for us or not.
Okay. If there's no other question, I would say thank you very much again for the interesting talk. And I would like to give the floor to Evelyn Stoll, researcher at the Institut für Biologische Landwirtschaft und Agrarkultur, Luxembourg. floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm going to present some results from a sustainability assessment today that we did in the framework of the project Suitable. I'm going to take a little bit more of the agronomist point of view today. And as we've talked a lot about how important soil is, I'm going to skip all of that and just head straight into the project. In the project Suitable, we are going to, well, we are trying to identify necessary changes in farming practices and dietary patterns to increase the sustainability of the food system here in Luxembourg. I think, as most of you know, the farmer is under a lot of pressure from economic point of view, rising prices, from an environmental point of view, climate change, trying to adapt to the impacts, also trying to mitigate biodiversity loss and so on and so forth. But also from a social point of view or societal point of view, we are giving him ever more responsibilities. It's not just food production, it's also protection of our environment. So he has a lot of roles that he needs to cover and fulfill. And in the project, we're also trying to give a little bit of that responsibility back to the consumer and say, okay, if we want a certain type of food system, we also need to look at ourselves and maybe do some changes there in our eating habits and demand a certain demand food that has been produced in a certain way. But for today, I'm just going to focus on a small part of the project in order to try to achieve all our goals that we have in the project. We are doing we did a farm level sustainability assessment, and we're now in the process of doing a food system sustainability assessment, and I'm just going to present some results from the farm level. The method that we used for the farm level sustainability assessment was the Smart Farm tool that was developed from our project partners, Fiebel in Switzerland. It is based on the SAFA guidelines that the FAO published in 2014. Everybody was talking about sustainability, and it was kind of difficult to identify what that actually means. So the FAO went and defined what sustainability means for the food and agriculture system or sector. And what is nice about these SAFA guidelines, they're internationally recognized, and they offer a global framework and a common language for sustainability assessment in the sector. They defined 4 sustainability dimensions: the environmental integrity, obviously with all the environmental challenges we are facing, it's important to cover that, but also economic resilience. If a farmer cannot survive on what he's producing and earning, we're not going to have any farmers left, so it's not sustainable. Also the social well-being dimension, how does the farmer fare, how do his workers fare, and even beyond, where do his inputs come from and under what conditions are they produced. And then a little bit above these other dimensions, we have the good governance dimension, how is the farm managed, and what are the aims and goals of the farm. For each dimension, we have related themes and sub-themes, and for each sub-theme, we have a specific sustainability goal defined by the FAO that we're now trying to measure to what extent they are achieved at the farm level, and that's what where the Smart Farm tool comes in. So for today, what is nice about the SAFA guidelines and the Smart Farm tool is that we can cover the whole complexity of the farm system. We have already talked about, okay, if we do this, how is this, how does that economically fare for the farmer? What are other trade-offs that may happen? This sustainability assessment covers all that, but for today, because I'm limited on time, I'm just going to focus on what we're talking about today, soil sustainability. So I'm going to look at the theme land with its 2 sub-themes, soil quality and land degradation, and related sustainability goals, the way the FAO defined them is for soil quality, soil characteristics provide the best conditions for plant growth and soil health, while chemical and biological soil contamination is prevented. So if we achieve this, 100% of goal achievement there. For land degradation, no land is lost through soil degradation and desertification, and degraded land is rehabilitated. Claudia already outlined quite a lot what can happen, so this sub-theme covers that topic. But as you can see, it's quite a vast goal and all-encompassing, so it's very difficult to pinpoint one measurement, one test to make sure that, you know, while you're at the farm, this has been achieved. So the Smart Farm tool uses indicators. There are over 300 indicators in the tool to measure indirectly if this goal has been achieved. We have quantitative and qualitative indicators, and all indicator answers are then translated into an indicator rating from 0 to 100%, which are then further on multiplied with each other to give a goal achievement per sub-theme. One indicator can impact different sub-themes positively and negatively, so also to give this complexity and show that, you know, you can do something positive in one area and then have maybe a negative effect in the other. Weightings give strength to the importance of an indicator for each specific sub-theme, so something might be very important for soil quality, but also influence greenhouse gas emissions, but maybe to a lesser effect. For the theme land, we have 76 indicators, 70 for soil quality and 48 for land degradation, and there are 42 indicators in common, and there are no trade-offs. All indicators have the same weightings for both, weighting direction for both sub-themes. From the overall goals or research questions from the project, we can derive the following two questions for the theme land. How does farm management, organic or conventional, impact soil sustainability? And what are current farming practices? And what are differences between the two management systems? If you want to do a sustainability assessment at farm level, you need farms that are willing to open their doors. So we sent out a call for participation in the fall of 2018, had 105 farms that responded, and we eventually went and collected data on 87 farms. Our reference year was 2017, because that was the year that was concluded in the accounts in bookkeeping. And the results I'm going to present today is about the impact of farm management on the goal achievement in the two land related sub-themes, and also on the indicator ratings of these sub-themes. Just a quick overview of the sample. In 2017, we still had 1,943 farms in Luxembourg. I think the number has further decreased by now. And the average farm size was 67.5 hectares, with a nearly even split between arable land and permanent grassland. For our farms in the sample, we have a bit of a higher average farm size with 99.6 hectares, but still the share between permanent and arable land is nearly 50-50. When we then look at the management, we had 29 organic farms, which is about 1/3 of the organic farms that were in managing organically in 2017. And here the farm size is closer to the average of Luxembourg. And again, nearly 50-50 split between arable land and permanent grassland. And then for the conventional farms, 58 that were about 3% of the farms in Luxembourg. And here the farm size is significantly higher, nearly double the average. But again, we have this normal 50-50 split. As I said, it's nice to have holistic view from this sustainability assessment. So I'm just going to quickly show you here some results before focusing on the land. Here we have the, sorry, no pointer, the 4 sustainability dimensions: good governance, environmental integrity, economic resilience, and social well-being. And here we have then the related themes. The deep red means 0% goal achievement, and the further out you go in the spider diagram, you have 100% goal achievement. Blue is organic farms, orange is the conventional farms, and then we have for each theme the highest goal achievement shown in max, and also the minimum goal achievement. And as you can see, overall we have an average of above 50% goal achievement, which is considered already quite good. And the organic and the conventional farms follow mostly the same trend around all of the sustainability themes, with organic farms generally having a higher goal achievement in each theme, except for here, local economy. There are some areas where we have a wider gap between the organic and the conventional farms. That's here biodiversity, product quality and information, human safety and health. So biodiversity, product quality, and human safety and health. And those are themes where the use of chemical pesticides has a high impact. So that's how that can be explained. But as I said, focus on land today. As you already can see, the organic farms have a higher goal achievement than conventional farms. When we then go into at the sub-theme level, so now we have here the themes outside and the sub-theme inside. Same again, blue is organic, orange is conventional. Here with our 2 land related sub-themes, we see for both sub-themes that organic farms have a higher goal achievement, and is also significantly proven that the organic farms have a higher goal achievement. Both for conventional and for organic, the goal achievement levels are in the good goal achievement bracket, or nearly. It's from 60 to 79. So, you know, if we round that up, so that's quite good. But we can see that there's still room for improvement, that we can do more. In order to see where does this difference come from and what are practices, because that was the question as well, that are already implemented, that are beneficial for soil quality and soil sustainability, we go and look at the indicator level. As I said, there were 76. This is just a small extract from there, and no worries, I'm not going to go into each of them. But here we have the indicator names, organic, conventional, or p-values. The ones in bold show that there was also a significant difference between the 2 management systems. And also interesting is here the number of farms that the indicators were relevant for, because not all indicators are always relevant for all farms. If you have no pigs, indicators related to pig husbandry are not going to be relevant for your farm. So that's why you have like varying numbers of farms that the indicator is relevant for. The first set of indicators are where a significant difference was seen between organic and conventional, with a better indicator rating for organic farms, are indicators related to pesticide use. No surprise there. No synthetic pesticides are used in organic farming, so the impact that their use have on the soil quality and land degradation is lower in organic farms. We also have here pesticide number of active substances and pesticide persistence in soil. We can see that the indicator rating for the organic farm is also below 1, showing that the pesticides that are allowed in organic farming are still considered here in these indicators. The second set of indicators where a significant difference was seen and where again organic farms had a higher indicator rating are more to do about crop management and maintaining soil fertility. Here we have the share of legumes on arable land, share of temporary grassland in the crop rotation, green cover outside of the growing period. So over the winter months, do we have all our soils covered? Number of elements in crop rotation, and here also nitrogen from fertilizers, the amount that we actually put in too much in a way. So these are all practices that organic farmers rely on for maintaining their soil fertility because they are less reliant on inputs from outside, and also for weed control because a lot of the weed control is done over the crop rotation, introducing temporary grassland into their crop rotation and so on. But nevertheless, they had a higher share and it was significantly higher. But if we look at, for example, temporary grasslands, even here the indicator rating is only 60. So even there's also room for improvement to increase the share of temporary grassland in the crop rotation in order to further increase their sustainability in the land theme. Then the last set of indicators that I'm going to talk about are practices that have also been mentioned already today that are known to be beneficial for soil fertility, soil quality, increasing soil carbon content, maybe not the long time storage, but at least short time storage, reduced or plowless soil systems, agroforestry systems, direct seeding, undersown crops, and here also measures to prevent erosion, and they are only implemented on a small number of farms or also on a small number of fields or share of fields. And this shows that even though we know these methods exist, it's difficult for the farmers to implement them, or it's not practical yet, or they don't really know how to implement them in their crop rotation on their farm. And especially here, the measures to prevent erosion was for gradients below 15%. For gradients below 15%. And it was a lot to do with crops that were grown in rows, where, like, even with wider rows, where then we've seen from the colleague before that we have a lot of erosion potential. So just to conclude, for the theme land, organic farms achieved a significant higher goal achievement in both sub-themes, and the indicator levels provide or the indicators provide further insights into implemented agricultural practices that can show also methods where we can start and how we can improve further our sustainability performance for the theme land. What is also important to note is that these farming methods are not something that is only for organic farmers that they can implement, especially for the ones on crop production. I mean, increasing the number of crop elements is something that has been talked about for years and years and years. So there's already a lot of knowledge out there, and it just needs to be implemented by a higher number of farms. What is also interesting is that the farming practices that we know that show good mitigation potential need to be further promoted and talk to with the farmers on how we can implement them better. I think that's also interesting for the project that Kate talked about earlier, to really try and get them into the practice. But as I said earlier, it's a nice sustainability assessment because it takes the holistic look. I only talked today about the land theme, but it needs to be always kept in mind that there could be ripple effects to other areas of the system or in other areas of the sustainability themes that can be either good or bad. Exactly. So it's not just that it's a complex system. So if we change something here, there could be other effects outside of the topic at hand. Yes, and all these results, we will use these insights for the second part of the project where we do the food system sustainability assessment. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions, please.
Thanks, Evelyn. You went into it a little bit already, the difference between a farm that would have a very high score on the SAFA and an organic farm. But focusing on the environmental side, what do you think are the main differences, or where does organic need to improve, or what are things that a good SAFA farm would do that organic would not do?
From the environmental side. Good question. No, I think energy use is something that might be more difficult for some of the organic farms to reduce if you have or implement more of mechanical weed control. You have more turns around the field that you might need to take. But as we've seen here, like overall in all of the themes, organic farming seems to have a higher goal achievement in most themes, but that doesn't mean that there's always room for improvement. I would have to go back and think about it. Like later on in the coffee break, I might have the perfect answer for you.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Simon Marks from the Soil Department of the Ministry of Agriculture, and I would like to make a recommendation about the indicators that you used, especially for the soil quality. The list that you presented it is one point, and also the statistical evaluation. But the reality in the soils is another, especially if I take the proxy of soil organic carbon. I would propose that you could, in parallel, try to validate these theoretical indicators by also using measured soil organic carbons in the soils. The reason why I propose that is that, first of all, and you may know that we try to use in the soil lab, in our department, to use the national data sets of organic carbon that are measured on arable soils and on grassland. We use them in our models, and we will have a presentation in the afternoon about this. And we have not enough data about soil coming from organic farmers. There are two reasons, very simple. We don't have a lot of farms in this productivity system. And another point is where I would suggest that your project could maybe help. We have not enough samples coming from these organic farms that do soil analysis with the parameter of organic carbon. it's for me quite difficult to understand that on one hand, it is often claimed that soil organic carbon in organic farms is higher, that soil status is better, but we don't have data to prove that. And I think this is an important point for the future. And it would maybe help also not only in the conventional area to understand what is happening in organic, in soils under organic management, but also vice versa. Because what we have noticed, at least at the level of the data that we could analyze, is that first of all, temporary grassland is really one of the major level that you can use to increase organic carbon at in a short time in arable land. That's one point. It's one of the important rotation aspect in organic farm, but it's also already used on a very large level in the conventional farm. That's the positive aspect. The negative aspect is plowing. Plowing in organic farms is not the best solution from the tillage management. And in conventional farms, we have more and more reduced tillage management of the soil. So maybe the balance between both could be analyzed by having more data on soil organic carbon coming from the organic farms.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm just going to do two answer. Unfortunately, in the framework of the project, we've done the farm visits, so there's not going to be any soil sampling done, or it's not possible. And in trying to see if the indicators match what the actual measurements in the soil would be, the idea here was to use the indicators that have been selected in the framework of the method in a Delphi process with scientists across the globe that decided, okay, these are the indicators that can be used to properly evaluate indirectly these different themes and sub-themes. So the idea was, it's always about time for value, money for value, what can you get? So we had now 3 hours on the farm. If we go back and do each field multiple times that we heard today, that would just explode.
No, my real point was that we should all together use scientific projects like this one to raise awareness in the farms, to do the measuring when they bring their analyzers, their soil samples to the lab, just to ask also the analytical parameter of soil organic carbon, just for awareness raising at the farms.
Then one more thing, you said that in conventional farms we have a higher incidence of reduced tillage or no tillage. When I look at the indicator, I have to say that's not what I found in our sample. There was maybe on a small fraction before maize where they didn't plow and use more of direct seeding methods, but overall it was very low implementation rate of that reduced tillage. And it's again one of those examples where you can see where we have a lot of trade-offs. If we don't till at the moment in conventional farming, we have other methods to try and get rid of the grass cover. So that might have other influences on other sustainability themes. So it's really important to look at the whole holistic view. And I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying that's one of the examples that's really important to see. We have trade-offs that need to be considered before, also making policy changes. So that's it for me.
Okay, time is up. I suggest we go for the coffee break and enjoy the posters also, please. And we will be back at 11:45 in the room with 2 additional talks before lunch break. So please, I would suggest that we go on in the program because we're already 5 minutes behind the timetable. For the next talk, I would like to introduce colleagues from LIST. In this case, we have 2 presenters. It's Magda Kalusinska and Xavier Gu, je crois. And they speak about it's a science talk about soil bacterial, fungal, and diatom biodiversity in Luxembourg. The floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you, Andreas, for the introduction. So I'm Xavier, and with Magda, we are going to present our work regarding the soil bacterial, fungal, and diatoms biodiversity in Luxembourg. So this work was included in 2 research projects, I would say. One is more prestation service that we do for AHSL, so funded by the Ministry of Agriculture, that is Metasoil. And second one is a FNR core project, DISCO, that is funded by FNR. So regarding the content of our presentation, so I will speak about the context and objective of our work and of this presentation. Magda will then take over to speak about the materials and methods, the main results that we got, and the conclusion and perspectives. So about the context. Soil is a really highly diverse ecosystem where you can find some bacteria, archaea, fungi, unicellular eukaryotes like algae, including diatoms, and also viruses. So all these group of microorganisms are referred as the soil microbiome. We can distinguish 2 parts of the soil microbiome. First part is from the rhizosphere. So the rhizosphere is a soil that is really linked to plant, that is attached to the plant roots. So it's a really tiny ecosystem, but really interesting because you have a lot of influence from the plant, from the soil, and from the microbes. And the rest of the soil, I would say, or the microbiome from the soil is what we call bulk soil microbiome. And we are going to focus only on that today, not really on the rhizosphere microbiome, because it's, as I say, really complex due to the level of interactions there is there. That we had, we decided to focus first on the bulk soil microbiome. So what you can see on this picture is 1 gram of soil. And in this 1 gram of soil, there is more than 1 billion bacterial cells. So in this billion of bacterial cells, it represents more than tens of thousands of different taxa. And you have to be aware that there is 80% of these different organisms, I mean cells, that is part of the dormant biomass, I would say. So that means at the time you do your sampling, for example, they are not necessarily active. They are dormant, and it's when the condition will change that they will be active, for example. So as we know also for the soil microbiome, it plays key roles in the carbon, nitrogen, and other nutrients cycling by decomposing the soil organic matter. And we know also that the soil microbiome is having an interesting effect for us, like doing some, bringing some interesting ecosystem services, like it helps to, or it has an effect on the productivity of ecosystem, on the soil organic carbon storage, as we discussed a bit this morning, on the greenhouse gas exchange with the atmosphere. It helps to prevent soil erosion and also to suppress soil plant pathogens. So there is a really nice review from Banerjee about this idea of One Health, I would say, and how soil microbiome will influence this health. And this is linked with the fact that the soil microbiome is a Earth's microbial reservoir. But because of our activities and the activities of everyone living, including animals, other animals living on the Earth, a soil is acting as a reservoir. So that means it will inoculate like our gut microbiome, animal gut microbiome too. And also the plant, you have some bacteria or microbes that will grow inside the plant and inside the seeds. So there is really a strong link between all these different parts of the Earth ecosystem, I would say. And we have to be aware that what can affect the soil microbiome at the end will directly affect us because of this strong relationship between all the habitants, I would say, of the Earth. What we have to keep in mind also is that the fact that the soil microbiome is still largely uncharacterized. So we can make a comparison with the human microbiome. With this graph, you see here humans, and what is in red is what is known, what is cultivable. That means bacteria, organisms that we can grow on petri dishes. And we know that there is almost 80% of the human microbiome that is known, that is cultivable. And there is only this tiny part here. It's 1% of the human microbiome that is not characterized at the phylum level, so that is unknown. But if we focus on soil microbiome, on Earth microbiome, I would say, this time we end up with only this part of cultivable organisms, meaning that we know them. It's representing around 19%, and all the rest are uncultured, so that means they are uncharacterized. I will make a small focus on the fungi now. So there is a strong interaction between fungi and bacteria that control some ecosystem processes and health. There is 700 more times bacteria, I would say, in soil in comparison to fungi, to simplify. But in some specific case, you have some fungi that are outcompeting bacteria. So you can find more fungi in some specific ecosystem, some specific soil, I would say. And this is more related to plant derivative, carbon, etc. In this graph, you have also the fungal diversity according to different ecosystems. And what is highlighted in red is for soil. So soil represents the highest fungal diversity of all the ecosystem present on Earth. Still about fungi. So with this different graph here, you have at the class level, the fungal community and diversity, community structure and diversity that is represented. And we can see that according to the different environment, if it's from tropical places or Mediterranean, etc., you see some differences in terms of diversity and the structure of the community. So we have the relative abundance of fungi that differs among the different habitats. But we have to keep in mind that we have Basidiomycota and Ascomycota that are the most abundant and diverse phyla that we can find regarding fungi. So now about diatoms. So diatoms, it's soil microalgae that contribute to the global carbon cycle, I would say. In 1 gram of soil, you have around 5.5 million algae, including diatoms. You can find more. Of them in soil with acidic condition, a lot of moist, and with also a lot of plants that are vegetated. And it's good to know also that this algae, including diatoms, they play a big role in greenhouse gas exchange and in carbon sequestration, because you have around 6% of the carbon uptake that is done by the soil algae, I would say. So it's quite important. I'm going to go now to the objective of this study. So as we could see in the context, the soil microbiome is having a big role in our ecosystem, and it can have a lot of effects on different things, I would say. But it's mostly uncharacterized. So we got a request from the ASTA and from the service pedology to generate new knowledge and to try to characterize the soil microbiome, because it's of high interest now to understand how the ecosystem is working and what is our impact on this ecosystem. So we did a focus on bacteria, fungi, and diatom, thanks also to FNR and the DISCO project. We want to highlight also the fact that Luxembourg is a really nice playground for us as a scientist, because we have a different type of land use. So mostly it will be grassland, arable, and forest, more or less in the same proportion, with more forest than the others. But it's also represent a really high diversity in terms of soil texture, with some sandy soil, silty clay, loamy, heavy clay soils. So the idea behind this study is really to try to characterize the bulk soil microbiome in Luxembourg, knowing all these elements. I give now the floor to my colleague Magda.
Good morning, everyone. Because we have some difficulties with the pointer here, so I will use my colleague Xavier to sometimes indicate you and to help to guide you through this quite scientific presentation. In order to characterize the microbiome in soil, we did 3 sampling campaigns, 2 in spring in 2018 and 2019, and 1 in autumn in 2020. So all the sites that we characterize in this first studies are indicated here, and you can see some nice pictures of us and our colleagues from ASTA collecting the samples in the field. As Xavier mentioned, we try to cover the 4 main soil types in terms of the soil texture. We also try to access to the microbiome diversity of arable lands, grasslands, and forests. And we also had replicates, usually we had 4 replicates per site. And to collect soil material, we use this tiny piece of equipment that is called a hand auger, and we, according to the conditions that are specified, so depending on the land use, so we collected different depth, and all this material was stabilized on site and then frozen in liquid nitrogen and preserved under further analysis in the laboratory. So altogether, we analyzed around 400 samples for microbial diversity in Luxembourgish soils. I will now guide you through the experimental design. So this is based on the analysis of the nucleic acids of bacteria. We can't easily characterize bacteria by looking at them because they are very small, sometimes morphologically resembling one another. So what we do, we characterize them based on their genetic footprint. And to do so, we extract the DNA. So once we have this DNA, we can apply some molecular biology tools and to assess the community structure and the diversity of microbiomes from different environments. So it applies to any environment. And with this, we can know who is actually there. So to do this, we use something called the targeted gene sequencing, and this is based on a PCR reaction. I think after 2 years, almost 3 years of the coronavirus pandemic, everybody knows what is a PCR test. So this is what we do here. We apply a PCR test to characterize the diversity of microbes. There are some drawbacks and limitations. So like, for example, there's the presence of some relic DNA in soil that can disturb our understanding and interpretation of the results. We are also aware that up to 80% of the microbial community can be dormant at a specific condition. So we all take this into account when we are interpreting the results. And because of this 80% of community that might be dormant, we also want to know, okay, we know who is there, but who is active there. And to assess this, we extract another nucleic acid, which is an RNA. This is another molecule. This is another level closer to the function, to actually the trait of the bacteria. So with this analysis, we also apply a similar PCR reaction. And with this analysis, we can actually have a better perception of who is there and who is active in this specific environment. On the top of this, we can also sequence the whole DNA. So not just limiting ourselves to the PCR test for a specific gene, but to sequence the whole community DNA. And then we have a picture of all the components of the soil microbiome. Of course, the level of the interpretation is much more complex. The type of the data you get is much more difficult to interpret, I would say, but it's with a lot of potential. The problem is that there is a very, very high diversity of microorganisms in soil. And with the current tools, we have difficulties sometimes to assess the whole genetic diversity due to this very high presence of different taxa. So we can do the same. So we can also sequence the whole RNA, and then we have the functional traits of the microbiome. So we don't only know who is there, who is active there, but what is the function performed by those specific species. So again, in red, you can see the different drawbacks. I'm not going to disclose this now, but if you are interested, we can after discuss about this. Because we are in the middle of our project, it has been initiated a few years ago, but the soil microbiome is a huge domain of research. So we have not yet applied all this level of information to all the components of the soil microbiome. And as you can see here, we will mainly discuss about the microbial community structure, so the DNA, and this is applied to bacteria, fungi, and diatoms. And on the top of this, we also, my animation is lost, but it doesn't matter. On the top of this, we also did some morphological observation of the diatoms, and you will see some nice pictures of soil diatoms. So, no, it's here, in fact. Okay, so I will focus on this. So our experimental approach that will be presented here, the results are mainly related to this targeted, so PCR analysis in order to characterize the microbial communities in terms of the structure, but also to know which of those microbes are active in the different soil environments that we studied. And if we still have a little bit of time at the end of the presentation, I will just present you very briefly what is the outcome of this untargeted characterization of soil microbial communities. We characterize bacteria, active bacteria, so with the RNA sequencing, and fungi in different soil types. And altogether, we have identified a different number of species. So here we will approximate the species with a term that is called NOTU. It's an operational taxonomic unit. And let's say it resembles a species in our understanding of what species is. So in total, we could identify over 20,000 of different bacterial species, and they are classified to the different phyla. We had a little bit less identify active bacteria, but the dominant groups are quite similar between the total bacteria and active bacteria. And the number of identified fungi was in the range of the number of identified bacteria, but a big proportion of fungi could actually not be classified. So we know it is a fungi because of the genetic signature, but we cannot actually classify it because it has never been identified before, or it is not characterized, and its signature is not present in a public databases that we use to interpret our results. So this is a bit complex picture, but let me guide you through this. So what you see here on the left side are the bacterial communities, which are grouped by the soil type. So, yeah, by the soil type. And they are separately presented for arable forests and grasslands, and each bar color represents a phylum. So we assign specific microorganisms that are present in a specific sample to the different phyla. So you see that there is a lot of diversity, and what you can also see that arable lands and grasslands, they have like more similar patterns versus the soil microbial communities from forests. And this is the same picture, but visualized on this NMDS graph. And what we can see here, so on your right, so each point is a sample, and the sample is colored according to the land use, so arable in red, grassland in blue, and forest in green. And as when the samples, when the spots are closer together, is because the community of those specific habitats are more similar to each other. So what you can see that the forest community is reclustering a little bit apart, and those communities are actually quite different from arable and grassland communities, with a small exception here. So these are some forest samples, which are actually from this soil type, which is a heavy clay, so S. So you can see that here. So even though it is a soil from forest, the community resembles more a community of an arable land. So we did the same for active bacteria, and I think I will skip it because we are already quite late. And we did the same for fungal communities. So here you see a little bit more diversity. So it doesn't necessarily mean, diversity in between the different land use and in between the different soil textures. So you can see that the bars are less homogeneous as it was for arable and grasslands for bacterial communities. So it might be biological, it might be a biological reason for this, but it might be also our sampling procedure that fungi, they are bigger than bacteria, they make mycelia that are also larger. So perhaps looking at, let's say 2 grams of soil, we are not really having a representative community of fungi. So we would have to still investigate it a little bit further. So again, the same representation here. So still for us, it's a little bit clustering apart, meaning that the forest fungal communities are a bit different from the arable and grassland, while the 2 others are somehow resembling each other. We also try to make some interpretation of the functional role of fungi present in the different land use types, so in arable, forest, and grassland. And the arable and grassland functional patterns, they again resemble one another, while the forest pattern is a little bit different, and you have some overrepresentation of this functional category. So this one here, which is ectomycorrhizal, so it's like a rhizome, so fungi living in association with the roots of different plants. We also studied the diversity, so we now know what are the main, let's say, bacteria present in soil. So again, each color is a different phylum, so a different group of phylogenetically related bacteria. We are now interested, how does it look in numbers? So actually, which soil type is more diverse than the other? So what we did here, we calculated, so we used the inverse Simpson index to calculate, to assess the diversity of bacteria in different, so bacteria, active bacteria, and fungal communities in different soil types. So according to the number LMN, OM, and S, so representing heavy clay, sandy soil, heavy clay here, and then something in between the M and OM. And what we can see here, so the higher the bar, the box, the higher, the more diverse is the community. So the diversity means that there is a higher number of unique species, and they are also represented more equally, let's say. So it's not like you have 100 species, but one is dominant and the rest is there trying to survive, but you have more equal representation. So the main conclusion is like bacterial diversity is typically higher in sandy soils, so the first column, L, compared to other soil textures. Also, bacterial diversity is usually higher in arable land, so arable is indicated with this color here, compared to grasslands and to forest soils. When it comes to active bacteria and fungi, so the trends are quite similar. So in both cases, the diversity is higher in arable lands versus forest and in grasslands versus forest, but there is not so much difference between arable and grassland. So we used ANOVA to calculate a little bit what are the factors that might influence this diversity or the difference in the diversity of those microbial communities. And for all, so total bacteria, active bacteria, and fungal communities, we could say the land use and soil type has the strongest impact. They have the strongest impact. And then pH, of course, pH is retained much in the last land use. So at the end, it's really the effect of the pH. And we can really clearly see it here, as you can see on this, it's your left, it's my right. So this is the a graph that is showing the relationship between the diversity and the pH of the sample. So you can see that there is this not unimodal distribution. So you have lower diversity at lower pH, and then it kind of stabilizes between pH 5.5 and 6.5, where the diversity is also the highest. Then again it decreases, and then it looks like rising up a little bit. And these results, they are quite similar to previously published study by Kaiser et al. So this study was to assess the diversity of microbiome in German grasslands. So geographical proximity might also dictate quite similar trends. And this nicely fits in this niche theory, which in this context would tell you that there are two trends. So on one side, on one extreme, the growth of microorganisms is limited by growth limiting conditions. And in this case, it's a low pH. And on the other side, unless we go to very extreme pH again, but if we are more or less in the neutral range, on the other side, it's more the competition of other organisms that would limit the growth of specific bacteria. And we can nicely see it here by this response curve. So each line is, let's say, a dominance of specific microorganism over the different pH in the different soil types. So you can see that in lower pH, so here in this part, you have, let's say, few abundant microorganisms. So the higher the line, the more abundant microorganisms. So you have few more abundant organisms. And then on the other extreme, the abundance is more even. So there is really this effect of competition because most of the bacteria are adapted to those conditions. So the conditions are not limiting them so much. So they are more even in abundance. Okay, because we are really going too late. So the take-home message is that arable and grassland microbiomes are in general more similar to each other and different from soil. And independently of the soil texture, arable, so this is what I say, so that there is a higher diversity. So they are more similar and the diversity is higher compared to soil, and that there is this strong effect of the pH on soil microbiomes. I will just quickly go through the diversity of diatoms. So this is the study done by our colleague Carlos, who could not be here today, unfortunately, but he just gave me some graphs to present you. So he did a much more uniform collection of soil samples across Luxembourg. And he identified, so he characterized the diversity of diatoms with molecular tools, so very similar to the tools we use, and also with some microscopic observation. So what he could see is like around 50% of the diversity of diatoms in Luxembourg. It's uncharacterized, so represents a new diversity. And he could identify over 300 different diatoms based on those molecular tools, which exceeds largely the number of species that is present in the database, in a public database, which is 66. So there's a huge diversity of diatoms. So with one example, for example, this genus Miamea, he identified 25 species with SEM microscopy, and with molecular tools, he identified over 300. So it can really help you to identify much more diversity than based on morphological observation. So he's doing this nice atlas that soon be released, so you'll be able to consult it. He also noticed that there is this effect of pH. So for example, for some closely related species, as you can see here on the two graphs, so they are closely related, but not exactly the same. So they have the pH preference. One is much more abundant in lower pH, one is much more abundant in higher pH. And he could notice this for many other species. So compared to the same as for bacteria, there is this strong effect of pH on the distribution of specific microorganisms. And just perhaps to finish, he also calculated some diversity indices for bacteria. And what he noticed that, so in terms of soil texture, there is not a big difference. So the soil texture doesn't really influence a lot on the diversity of the diatom communities. But for example, the land use a little bit, even though the values are quite similar, there is a significant, statistically significant difference, and the communities in forest are much less diverse. So I think we have to skip it because there is just no time. So just the last slides to, I concluded along the whole presentation after each bigger part. So it's just to say that there's an importance in studying soil microbiome. First, because it's a reservoir of genetic diversity of Earth. Second, because it is largely uncharacterized. And third, because it performs a lot of ecosystem services to us that are really important, not only in agriculture, but also for human health, for climate, and so on. So this is a list of different things that we could still do and that hopefully we will do in the future, but it's not limited to this. There is much more that can be done to uncover the diversity and the function of the soil microbiome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we have just time for one short question and bring the questions to the lunch pause, perhaps.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a follow-up to the question I asked in the morning. Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Just as it was suggested that we could add other biogenic materials for carbon sequestration in soils. So maybe actually it's not part of what you presented, but probably you came across it in your literature review. What could be the influence or effect of biogenic materials like biochars, incorporation of biochars into soils? What could be the effect on microbial communities?
So definitely there would be an effect. I don't have the numbers in head. I don't know all the literature as well. But what I can perhaps comment about is the effect of microorganisms that are put on soil in a form of organic fertilizer, for example, an anaerobic digestion residue, which is more and more commonly used as an organic fertilizer. So this is a high concentration of bacterial biomass taken from an anaerobic environment that is spread on soil to bring, of course, nitrogen, phosphorus, and other important microelements, but also there's this factor of the biogenic factor of bacteria and what is the influence on the native bacteria. So we have a project on this, and I will tell you perhaps soon, but definitely there must be an influence. But on the other hand, you have to realize that communities, microbial communities, whatever the environment, are very stable in terms of in terms of function. So they are very functionally redundant. So also changing the composition doesn't always mean that you will break this community function. Of course, you will possibly influence on which bacteria are active at which specific time point and what are the processes that are up and down regulated. But the communities, when the conditions, let's say, rebound to initial conditions, the community can also rebound. I don't know how much does it count for soil, but specifically for other environments, and let's say my main domain of expertise is anaerobic digestion, this is really the case. It's actually very difficult to break this functional community potential and to bring it to a new state. So,
thank you.
We can just discuss during the lunch break if you're interested.
Because they have lots of possibilities.
Yeah, I have a question, please, from Gaëtan Prof. Do you think it would be possible, relevant, and interesting to apply your approach on urban soils, e.g. green spaces?
I think so, definitely. I'm sure there are some people doing it, and I think you, Kate, you are also interested in this. We discussed once, so yes, definitely.
I like the question.
One health, I would say. It's not just that we are limited to soil. Microbiome is important in any environment it inhabits, in fact. So, yes.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Coming to the next talk by Yvonne Weischolt, also a science talk about agriculture and horticultural sustainability map of Luxembourg. It's about the methodological framework in the first phase of the project. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So the agriculture and horticulture suitability map of Luxembourg is funded by the Ministry of Agriculture and is a collaboration with the Luxembourg Institute of Socioeconomic Research. The project team, which I'm presenting here today, consists of a few more members, which are Mathieu Steffen, Simone Marx, Philippe Terrify, and Tom Plitkin from the ASTA. In the next, I think I only have 15 minutes or 10 minutes time, so I try to be quite brief. So I will give in the following a brief summary of the aim of the project, the method which we apply, the selected indicators, And I would like to present also the first test results we achieved. And I would like to end the presentation with an outlook. What are the further steps within this project? And while I'm presenting this, I would like also to stress the kind of this usefulness and also this innovative character of this method or this project which we are here applying. So the aim of the AHSL project is to look into land development or sustainable land development and resources, not as a challenge for urban development, rather as the opportunity for looking into soil fertility. And therefore the idea is to remap the whole Luxembourg territory according to its horticulture and agriculture potential. So in total, we are planning to produce 4 maps, which are the agriculture suitability map for arable land, which we call ACRI-A. The second map is the agriculture suitability map for permanent grassland, which we call ACRI-DG. The third map is the horticulture suitability map for vegetable production called Horti. And the last one is the suitability map for fruit growing, which we call Fruit. And in doing so, we kind of create a kind of cartographic base, which can be a quite useful tool for the public, but also for the political discussion around land development in Luxembourg. The research question which we defined are what are the agriculture and horticulture production potentials in Luxembourg, which land use conflicts become or can become visible through this process, and how can spatial planning react to the so-called potential and conflicts. And in answering to those questions, we applied a kind of mixed method approach consisting of the analytic hierarchy process by Sati and an AHSL online platform. So a strong focus in this project has been laid also on this participatory approach, which includes experts from the agriculture and the horticulture field, which are quite essential in order to validate also those kind of maps. So here you see on the next slide, you see an overview about the different steps this project is going through. So after defining, so a very crucial point is the definition of the indicators, which is quite complex and which we're also currently busy with it. But besides the definition of the indicators, an essential point is also the input from the participants through the AHSL online platform. And having those 2 inputs, with these 2 inputs, we could then eventually calculate and also model the final output of those maps, which you can see here explained in the different steps. Here we see a quite puristic overview of the questionnaires for the participants. So we are asking the participants to, through this AHSL online platform, to give their opinion and their expertise on, for instance, here we show an example of the agriculture suitability map for permanent grassland, showing 4 indicators. So the participants are asked what do they think is more important, A or B, and according to that they have to make their tick into the right box. And this all kind of generates then the calculation of weights, which will then modify or then the final maps. This whole project is accompanied by a technical section group or internal group and a monitoring committee consisting of l'ISER and the Ministry of Agriculture, so which is necessary in order to guarantee, I think, a kind of a transparent process of this project. but also to kind of critically and intensively work on the research project. And those two groups is supported by external experts and is also supported by the participants which we are needed in order to fill out those questionnaires. And all of this is kind of resulting into those final 4 suitability maps, which you can see here. Talking about the indicators, so in total we have currently defined 12 indicators. So here you see a version from May, which was also a version which has been used in order to generate the suitability maps. Of course, meanwhile, we also have been worked further on it and are constantly also modifying and improving the whole process. So for the selection of the indicators, it was important to define indicators which cover climate aspects, spatial structure area, soil hazard, topography, soil productivity, and the influence to urban proximity. And those indicators were then dedicated to the 4 maps, as you can see here on the right, indicated with the crosses. And those indicators, which I would like now to go through, I mean, we also have in the other room the posters where you can have later also more thoroughly look into it. So those indicators are the average temperature, the precipitation, which is all based on 28 weather stations in the greater region, the indicator danger of late frost, soil water balance, insulation, block size of land use, soil erosion, water surplus, slope. And while also homogenizing all those layers, it was also important to look into the special needs of each indicator. So here you see a table indicating, for instance, a slope has different needs for the fruit suitability card. There it already starts getting not favorable with 15% slope, while it is a different situation in the map of the agriculture arable suitability map, where it just starts getting less favorable with above 35%. Another indicator was the soil productivity map for arable land, which is still in progress. So we kind of started with using the culture maize, but now we are looking more into summer and winter cultures. Another indicator is the soil productivity of grassland. And the last one we defined was the influence of urban proximity. The first test results were based on the list from May, as we can see here. And now in the following, we'd like to present an example, the suitability map of permanent grassland. There we used the average temperature, the precipitation, the danger of late frost, no, not the danger of late frost, the soil water balance, the insulation, the block size of land use, water surplus, the slope, and the soil productivity map for grassland. And while producing them, it was important for us to also look a bit in this process how, like, first question was how actually understandable are the questionnaires, and how long does it take? Because we while coming up and defining those questionnaires, we had also not really a feeling like how quick does it go, how long does it take? And so one question was like how doable are those or understandable are those questionnaires? And another question was also to look into the selection of the indicators. So there, for instance, we particularly looked into the indicator of precipitation and soil water balance, which are in a way kind of double. And at the end here we see first it's a test result, so it's not a final result, showing dedicated with 1 areas which are less suitable, and colored in green are very suitable. And we looked, here are the examples of, like on the left, using all the indicators In the middle, the test result of without the precipitation indicator, and on the right side, the example of without soil water balance. And there it also became quite obvious to us, like there is a doubling. So I think for improvement of this system, it was also recommendable to reduce or to kind of skip the indicator of precipitation, because it's too close to the other. It kind of creates a different results. So talking about further steps, so we are currently in the work package 1 and have started with work package 2 with the test results. So I think the next crucial point in this project is launching this online platform, which hopefully will be in January, February. And having then the input from the different participants, with this we can finally produce then the final outcome or a preliminary outcome of maps, which then again we would like to present to the different stakeholders in order to also look, does it make sense, is it correct? Having then with the refinement of all those maps, having then the final maps, the last work package includes the overlay analysis, where we kind of look more into potentials and conflicts. So how can actually those maps influence actually spatial planning? And there we the point is the PDRT or the PHE, and what kind of policy recommendation can be made. So this will be then done in the work package 4. So to conclude, what we are trying to achieve with this project is to create a common basis for different stakeholders, such as policymakers, users, farmers, planners, but also all other institutions who are dealing with the issue of land development. And I think we believe that with this kind of project, we create a kind of a first step into this direction of creating a kind of a common or a good basis for the public and also the political discussion on land development. And so I would like to end the presentation with this slide. So we would, of course, since this is now also the next step in our whole process, we would like to invite you to participate in this whole project by, so I think it will be available in February. So if you're interested in participating or giving your expertise on that, you can have a look under the link AHSL.elisa.lu, or if you have further questions regarding this, you can also send us an email shown here below. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Oops, I love.
It's okay. It's a little bit. I'm not slim. Any questions? Yes. Ooh. The internet, perhaps? Please. Yeah.
Stan Szymanski from LIST. I was just wondering, is there a way to account for combinations of different indicators? Because I was just thinking, for example, slope. Slope on a sandy soil would have a different effect than a slope with a loamy soil.
I think when it comes to those indicator questions, I would forward these questions to Mathieu Steffen, who was mainly also responsible for the definition of those. I don't know if you would like to say something about that.
It's one of the challenge of the project.
Yeah.
We try to cover different aspects of the agricultural suitability. Sometimes you think it's P and upper, and we try to find a way to compare it with experience or with the feedback from the participant. Will be maybe easier.
And I mean, this project is also not seen as a static model. So, I mean, this is now a first version, but it's more seen as a kind of dynamic model, of course, which needs also improvements. And but I think to start with such a quite complex project, this is now the beginning. And I think with in the future, with the different workshops and also with more exchange, I think we hope to also can answer maybe a bit better also to all those questions. Yeah.
I've got another question for Mathieu, so you can keep the microphone. The question is more related to what you told about conflict and conflict management. What's the aim of such a project from the AHSL point of view? Is it to fit or to plug a certain range of kind of activities that can be developed? Respectively, won't it be an activation of conflict?
I think I can also answer to this, not only Mathieu, unless Mathieu wants to answer to this. So I think this is not only a question for the AHSL, I think it's a question for Luxembourg in general. How do we want to deal with agricultural land in general, like and especially at the intersection of planning? So I mean, I have a background in planning, and I'm particularly quite interested in this topic, like how can such maps can influence in a kind of very sustainable way the whole planning field. And I think this is a good base of either pointing out zones of conflicts or potentials which then later can be translated into the development of, I mean, the PDIT is currently under revision, so which hopefully then can also lead potentially to the protection of agricultural land, perhaps in a plan sectorial, agricole, or. So I think it's not only a question for us, I think it's a question for, I mean, correct me please, Simone is looking. So I see it's a question, I mean, also for everyone who is working on this topic, no? Mathieu?
No, for
Yes, there is a...
When the project was initiated, there were some burning questions that we wanted to address by such a project. There were several. First of all, as in every European country, agricultural land is disappearing because of soil sealing. And the discussion had already been raised in the Department of Special Planning that we have to think about where do we want to extend in the future our areas where soils is going to disappear because of urban planning. And that was one of the aim of the map. Another aim was, for example, in the transposition of the law of natural resources. For example, compensation measures in the area of biodiversity by law should not be done on the best soils. Yeah. This is, from a legal point of view, is already stated, but we never had a map to see where are the good soils that should be preserved from compensations in the domain of natural protection law. And a very new issue that raised several months ago is the discussion about agri-PV, where I think it is logic that if we want to cover, and if we have to cover for our need, if we really have to cover soils by PV infrastructure, that not the best soils should be covered with PV agri. So, and I think in the future there are more issues that we are facing. For example, if you had still remember the map of the grasslands productivity, or suitability, because behind the suitability, in fact, is the productivity, you will see the west-east gradients because of rainfall and because of the gradient of the temperature. And we see that areas that nowadays are less productive because of the drought and of the less rain will probably even get worse in future. So there are a lot of issues that could be that could be used where this map could be used in global reflections.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Also for the questions. I suggest that we go for lunch. Oh, there is still a question on the internet.
I have a question from your colleague, Gaëtan. Oh, sorry.
Who? Yes, I have a question too. I am also from LISA. I am the president of the Council of Land Use in Luxembourg, and we are discussing at the moment a big issue on the national strategy issue on the territorial developments, and this is really concerning a very important point on the circular issue, also circular economy, because all this preserved land with a high value on agronomy could be used for horticulture and to bring more food in Luxembourg. We know the really problem of importation of food, but we know also that this land has to be protected. At this moment, this land is not protected. The land who is inside what we name the périmètre d'agglomération, it means the schemes of the local level, we have no protection. And the question really is that we are discussing at the moment is how, which instrument of the land planning issues we can protect this land. And it's very, very important for Luxembourg because we have a big issue on consuming land, because we have a big pressure on housing. In Luxembourg, we have a big growth of population, and we have a big competition about this land to protect this and to use it for the issue of agriculture.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment. Last question from the web, and then I suggest we go for lunch.
Yes, please. This is a question from Gaëtan Favel, another online question. So related to this increase in urban landscape in Luxembourg, he asks, do you plan to produce an urban agricultural suitability map for urban areas? And perhaps it might include more indicators such as soil pollution risk or bioaccessibility.
Thank you for this question. Well, this has been already done in the previous research, but it's also very complex. So I think for this project, we focus now on the agriculture horticulture map, but such a map was already produced in a former research. So this could, again, as I said, it's not, it's a kind of dynamic model, which also can integrate later on different suitability models, such as a development index.
Thank you. Maybe you could tell us where to find this map.
Well, it's in my PhD.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for the morning. Interesting talks. I suggest now going for lunch. We will be back at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you back to the afternoon session. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break with some local food and you profited it from the occasion for interesting network discussion. We are now ready for the afternoon part of the day, and I have the pleasure to announce Mr. Claude Haagen, Minister of Agriculture, of Viticulture and of Rural Development here in Luxembourg, who is going to address to us his welcome speech. And as I know that he cannot stay for the whole afternoon, I would like to profit from this place to thank him already now for his time that he spent to our meeting, for his interest, and especially also for the budget that he allocates to research activities from the ASTA to the topic of soil. Please.
So, distinguished guests, dear friends, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for their initiative to gather around the theme of soil sustainability, such a large and diverse community of interest. It proves that opening the discussion about soils to a large public is the best way for me also to raise awareness about their importance in people's life and about European society. Indeed, for decades, the soil has mainly been the business of soil scientists, of soil experts, using a codified language not easily accessible for me in special to a general public. But time has come to change. Soils have multiple functions, and they are the fundament of most of our activities, even though mostly unconscious. They are related to the natural ecosystems, to the water and carbon cycling, and to the agriculture productivity. They are the source of raw material and the base for our buildings and infrastructure. By the way we treat them, they are more and more exposed to pressure and treatment by degradations. It is one of the missions of public administrations to support and initiate knowledge-based solutions for actual issues. In this process, scientific research is a key element in the development of best practice knowledge and sustainable soil management. As an actor with specified interests and influence on agriculture soil management, the Ministry of Agriculture is an active player in the domain of soils for a long time. Soil testing activities for fertilizer recommendation started around 1900 at the Station de Chimie Agricole in Ettelbruck with the first soil fertility map. In the 60s, the soil department of ASTA became home of the National Soil Survey and the soil mapping activities. It runs a soil laboratory for physical and chemical properties that will be enlarged to biological parameters next year, so in 2023. Past scientific collaborations with LIST, with the University of Louvain and Jean Blou on soil-related topics allow to present today the first soil erosion map and the latest trends in soil organic carbon status. More recent subject areas are suitable maps for agriculture and horticulture productivity and the characterization of the biological fingerprint of our soils. The Ministry of Agriculture supports and is closely involved in the preliminaries of the expected European Soil Health Law in 23 to protect soils on the same legal basis as air and water. Meanwhile, the Common Agriculture Policy focuses on the protection and resilience of agricultural soils through the enhanced conditionality GAACs, the eco schemes, and the agri-environmental and climate measures. In addition, promoting carbon farming practices will help sequestering and storing carbon and reducing greenhouse gas emissions at farm level. Dear guests, we are convinced that sustainable soil management will play in the future a very major role in terms of mitigating climate change and developing adaptation strategies. In this spirit, I would like to encourage your initiative for creating a platform for cross-disciplinarity interaction and exchange between researchers, schools, consultants, stakeholders, policy makers, and general public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haagen. Our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Martin Wiesmeyer from Munich. Martin Wiesmeyer is since 2018 Associate Professor of Soil Science at the Technical University of Munich, and he's at the same time also the head of the working group on soil organic matter at the Bavarian State Research Center for Agriculture in Germany called Bayerische Landesanstalt für Landwirtschaft, and this position he's holding since 2017. He graduated from the University of Munich with a master in environmental planning and engineering, and his PhD thesis was written about the degradation and the spatial distribution of soil organic matter in intensively grazed grassland of northern China. He has profound experience in the field of soil organic matter dynamics in different ecosystems. His research focuses on the effects of soil management, land use, and climate change on soil organic carbon storage and other soil functions, on carbon sequestration and especially certification, sustainable soil management, digital soil mapping, and soil monitoring. In this afternoon, he will give us a speech about the opportunities and the challenges on carbon farming in the discussion of climate change.
Thank you for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here in Luxembourg, in presence, not online. Yes, in my presentation, I will try to give you an insight into the opportunities and challenges of carbon farming and carbon credits. So carbon farming is in the spotlight. It's a hot topic since many years now. And I think the starting point was really the 4 per mil initiative. You all may know the 4 per mil initiative. And this was really a turning point because since 2015, we really are discussing carbon farming, carbon credits with different parts of the society and also with politicians. And I think this is an important topic. So there is a lot of research on that. And you may know that also the European Commission started a carbon farming initiative. And I want to mention that 2 days ago, the Commission submitted or proposed a framework for carbon removals. So this provides now really kind of a framework for carbon farming in the EU, and I had no time to read it, but this is certainly really interesting. So the question is, how can we build up carbon? What is the potential for carbon sequestration? And there are different approaches, you know, so many different approaches how to estimate the potential. I think what is really interesting is that we should have a huge potential to build up carbon in our soils. You see here a very famous figure of the paper of Sanderman et al. 2017, and they estimated the total carbon losses in the last 12,000 years. And what you can see is we lost a lot of soil carbon due to land cultivation, due to land management, and particularly in Central Europe, you see that we lost a lot. We lost around half of the carbon that was stored before. But the good message is that if we lost a lot of carbon from a biophysical perspective, from a storage capacity, we should be able to rebuild this carbon. Yeah, we should be able to efficiently increase the carbon stocks. The question is, how can we achieve that? What can we do to really improve carbon stocks? And here's an overview over the most important management practices. So I don't want to go into details, just shortly mention them. So, for example, the integration of forage or grain legumes, cover crops, mixed cultivation systems or underzone crops, perennial crops or energy crops. All that are practices that would lead to a long-term increase of soil carbon in the soils. So the main thing is we have to increase the carbon input into the soil. Our soils are input driven. So the most efficient strategy to rebuild carbon, to increase soil carbon stocks, is to increase the carbon input. And these are really efficient methods. Land use change, we talked about that in the morning. A change from cropland to grassland would also lead in the long term to carbon increases. Improved grassland management is a topic which is, I think we need more research on that. So of course, it's not so easy to increase the high level of carbon in grassland soils, but nevertheless, we should also have a certain potential in grassland soils. We know that flower strips, from a recent study of the Thünen Institute, our colleagues in Germany, they had a study on flower strips that contribute to carbon sequestration. And of course, agroforestry systems are really interesting because there are multiple benefits, not just in terms of soil carbon, but also with regard to biodiversity or also from an economic perspective. And with these methods, you could sequester around 0.2 to 0.7 tons of carbon per hectare and year. And in CO2, this is around 0.7 to 2.6 tons of CO2. So this is the range of what you can achieve with these methods. There are more methods where its contribution to climate mitigation is not so sure or is questionable. So for example, organic fertilizers. Of course, organic fertilizers are really important to maintain the carbon level, the soil organic matter level in the soil. But for carbon sequestration, you need external carbon resources, and this is no sequestration. I will explain that also later again. Biochar is a hot topic. I just want to mention that the stability of biochar strongly depends on the production of the biochar. So I would be a little bit careful with biochar. Reduced tillage systems are often discussed also with regards to carbon sequestration, but from many studies, from many meta-analyses, we know that this is mostly causing a relocation of carbon in the profile, and it's not a net carbon sequestration. And last but not least, topsoil deepening or the incorporation of organic matter into subsoils, which is gaining much attention now in Germany. So there's a company that developed a carbon farming plow in the last month. So I think this is also kind of interesting in terms of climate mitigation. However, all these methods, what we know in terms of carbon sequestration, much of that was derived from long-term field experiments, which is a good thing because it's a long-term, we have a long-term perspective under precise conditions. But I think there is a strong need for more on-farm research on innovative management systems, So there are many innovative farmers that are combining different things, and they have site-specific solutions. And I think we have to do more on-farm research. For example, also with regard to practices related to regenerative agricultural practices. What's the technical potential? So for Bavaria, we did a study. What can we really, how much carbon could we store in our soils? How much can we build up? And we did that. We analyzed the present soil management and tried to develop scenarios. Where can we improve something? What is the technical potential to change the management in order to increase soil carbon? And we developed different scenarios. I don't want to go into details. All these scenarios were related to an increased cover cropping, to improve crop rotations, to an implementation of organic farming, increasing the proportion of organic farming, implementation of agroforestry systems, and a change of cropland to grassland. And in total, we estimated a potential, technical potential of around 0.3 to 0.4 megatons of carbon. So this is what we think is technically feasible in Bavaria. This corresponds to 1 per mil of our existing carbon stocks. So with regard to this 4 per mil, we see no way for 4 per mil, but we think that 1 per mil could be feasible. So this is not as much as supposed, but nevertheless, this is around 7% of the total greenhouse gas emissions of the agricultural sector in Bavaria. So I think it's nevertheless a significant contribution to climate mitigation. But how can we foster carbon sequestration? This is the question. We have to foster that farmers adopt improved management practices. And here carbon credits come into play. I think carbon credits could play an important role in this regard. Carbon credits could be an important incentive to implement carbon sequestration. What are carbon credits? What is carbon farming? You may know that. You have a farmer and a certifier, and they agree to build up carbon by an improved management. And the first step is that there's an initial measurement of carbon in the soil, of course. Mostly the farmer has to pay the fee for the initial analysis. And then after a few years, normally 3 to 5 years, this is in most cases, in most business models, then there's again a measurement. And if then there is a verification of increased carbon stocks, then this could be issued as a CO2 certificate, and producer can buy this certificate and compensate their greenhouse gas emissions. And yeah, a simple idea. The question is this really reliable from a scientific perspective? In general, the global market for carbon credits was estimated to be worth of $50 billion in 2030. So a huge global market. And the opportunities of carbon farming, so the benefits of that is that it directs private financing to innovative climate action projects, you know. So this is not a public money, it's private money. And this could be really interesting. So a short overview from a Central European perspective. The first one, the pioneers in carbon farming, was the so-called ecoregion Keindorf in Austria. So they already started in 2007 to issue carbon credits in Austria. And this model, which was heavily based on the application of huge amounts of compost, was served as a blueprint for many, many other companies and initiatives. So right now, I think in Germany, we have around about 60 to 70 initiatives or companies that are issuing carbon credits. And here an example in Germany, there is a company called Carbozert. And as an example, in 2019, a famous brewery in Bavaria offered carbon neutral Oktoberfest beer, which was compensated with soil carbon credits. You know, so this is actually happening. So this is nothing for in the future. So this is happening. And another example is the company Indigo, an US company that tries to start their business models in Germany. And yeah, global players are really now. So we started in 2019 to screen all these business models because the certifiers asked us, what is your point of view? So what do you think of our business models? And we screened all these models and we detected many different challenges or limitations of these business models. We summarized that in this publication. And I just want to mention the most important aspects, the most critical aspects. So first of all, there are methodological challenges. So the detection of soil carbon stock changes is time consuming and expensive. We already heard that in the morning. So this is a huge problem. So most of the certifiers, take samples and do the analysis of carbon contents. This is all good, but they do not determine, for example, bulk density. They're using pedo transfer functions or just apply a common bulk density value independent of the soil, which is really problematic. So this is really a challenge, and the certifiers want to apply remote sensing or also model-based approaches as alternatives in order to get that cheap. But this is not so easy. You know, we are talking about very tiny changes within a few years, and it's not really straightforward to detect these tiny changes with remote sensing or model-based approaches. Another point is fairness. The highest potential for carbon sequestration is in degraded or poorly managed soils. This is a problem for farmers who have already high carbon contents in their soils. For example, long-term organically managed soils cannot sequester that much carbon as conventionally managed soils probably. So there are no rewards for farmers with already high carbon contents. Additionality is a further aspect. Only additional activities contribute to climate mitigation. There shouldn't be any double funding. So for example, with the new Common Agriculture Policy next year, when, for example, cover cropping or something like that becomes mandatory in certain regions, the associated buildup of carbon shouldn't be rewarded in addition by these carbon credits. This is certainly an aspect which is really important to avoid additionality. There are further problems. Leakage effects. Leakage effects are really a problem. I already mentioned that. So in terms of application of external carbon sources, so just imagine a farmer who is applying organic fertilizers homogeneously on these fields. If he or she takes part in a certification, this may lead to a stronger application of all these organic fertilizers to specific fields. And of course, you can build up carbon in these fields, but from a climate perspective, this is not relevant, you know? So it's only a redistribution of carbon in the landscape, a relocation of carbon, and no sequestration. This is the point. Greenhouse gas emissions are important. We also had a nice presentation in the morning on that. So a high soil carbon level may cause N2O emissions. So therefore, a full greenhouse gas assessment is required. It's not only carbon, you know, you have to account for other greenhouse gases. And last but not least, permanence is a big issue. And from my perspective, the decisive issue, the decisive challenge, you have to make sure that the sequestered carbon stays in the soil, you know? And this is almost impossible to secure that. So an increase of soil organic carbon as climate protection measure would be much less effective if the carbon storage is not permanent. And in this regard, I think climate change is relevant. And I just want to give you some insights. Do we face, or probably are facing, carbon declines due to climate change in the future? So in Bavaria, we have a system of permanent observation sites, so a soil monitoring system. And we analyzed the results with regard to soil organic carbon content. So here you see at the left side, in this figure, you see the change of the soil organic carbon content in the last 30 years in Bavaria. And these are in total 80 cropland soils. And what you can see is in many soils, we lost carbon. So the soil organic carbon content decreased. But we also have increases. So part of the sites also showed increases. But in the mean, we found a mean decrease of soil organic carbon contents in the last 30 years by 3%. And this may become even severe in the future due to climate change. So what we did is we modeled the future development of soil organic carbon in Bavaria in cropland and grassland soils. This was based on around 55 sites. And on the left side, you can see the outcome. So this is the change of soil organic carbon stocks, the amount of carbon in the soil until 2095. And you see, so we did this modeling for different scenarios in terms of the carbon input. We included different scenarios, increasing carbon inputs, decreasing carbon inputs, or maintaining the present level of carbon inputs. But independent of the scenario of the input, we see in general a decline of soil organic carbon in our soils. So this is the projection. And a similar study was done for Germany from our colleagues of the Thünen Institute. They used different climate scenarios, and with a completely different data set, but the result was really the same. So also here we see a decline of soil organic carbon in the long term due to climate change. And what we also did in our studies, we tried to estimate the carbon input that is needed to maintain our present carbon stocks. And the result was that we have to increase the carbon input in our soils by 30 up to 90% only to maintain the present level, So, and this is, of course, has consequences also for carbon farming. We cannot assume that we can build up carbon when we change the management. If the baseline is declining, we would only reduce the projected carbon losses. And this is, I think, an important finding. Although there are high uncertainties, large uncertainties here, of course, we know that, but I think we should be careful. So a good example for that is we had an interesting study. We tried to estimate the potential of cover cropping, expansion of cover cropping in Germany in terms of carbon sequestration. And the result was that we could expand cover cropping from 10% to 30% of the cropland area just by using free cultivation windows. And what you see is here, so the blue lines, this is the scenario without any cover crops or with the business as usual scenario. And the green lines, this is the development of organic carbon when we use all free cultivation windows for cover cropping. But even if we would do that, we would just reduce the projected decrease of organic carbon. Yeah? We still do not reach zero here. We are still losing carbon, even if we use all the cultivation windows. So this is really problematic. Given all these limitations, I think it's also time to talk about alternatives. Are there any alternatives to carbon credits? And in Bavaria, we decided to have an alternative in form of a subsidy program to preserve or increase soil organic carbon. So this is a new measure within the agricultural funding program in Bavaria called KULAB. And it's called diverse crop rotations to preserve or increase soil organic matter. We also want to preserve. This is really important. It's not only to increase it, to preserve it. This is important. And yeah, it's basically related to improved crop rotation. So we would have in total a maximum of 20% of potatoes, corn, or sugar beet in the rotation, and at least 40% in form of grass clover, lace, or perennial energy crops like miscanthus. And the farmers have to apply organic fertilizers, which is not yet defined. And if they do that, they will get a bonus of 350 euros per hectare. And we think this could be really an interesting alternative for many farmers in comparison to the carbon credits. We also thought about other alternatives. So in the beginning we thought that we should have a kind of a subsidy program which is based on an online tool for soil organic carbon management. And we are developing right now an online tool for farmers which is based on soil carbon models. And this should enable a site-specific soil organic carbon management for farmers. And our online tool is based on two different targets. So we have regional benchmarks for solid organic carbon barrier. I have no time to explain that, but we know according to site conditions, according to clay content and climate, we know the range of solid organic carbon that should be there, and we're using that as a regional benchmark. So, and we have two different targets. So if a farmer is below the regional benchmark, so the target would be to increase soil organic carbon contents. However, if the farmer is already within the regional benchmark, the target would be but the target would be just to preserve soil organic carbon. And we thought that this could be also the basis for a funding program. So just using the online tool would be enough to get the money for the farmer. Short summary and some conclusions. So carbon sequestration is key for climate adaptation, surely. Its contribution to climate mitigation shouldn't be overrated. I think this is an important point. We can contribute to climate mitigation, but we should not expect too much. I think this is really important. And there's a strong need for on-farm research on innovative practices. There are many farmers outside. They do innovative things. They're combining different methods, different practices, and develop really specific solutions for their farms. And I think we need more research here. Carbon credits may stimulate carbon sequestration, of course, and what farmers often tell me, it will promote its social perception as contribution to climate mitigation. So farmers are. This is an important point for the farmers. The social perception of the fact that agriculture can contribute to climate mitigation is not really clear in the society, and this carbon credits could probably stimulate that. However, the scientific requirements for carbon credits are not met by existing companies and initiatives, at least in Germany. So with regard to methodological requirements, with regard to leakage, additionality, and permanence. So these are the big issues and big problems. So there's a strong need for standards. We really need standards. We have now a framework from the European Commission, but we have to develop specific standards. And implementation of measures to increase soil organic carbon are necessary or only in order to maintain current soil organic carbon stocks, not to increase, not for sequestration, for carbon preservation. I think this is really a paradigm change. So we shouldn't we shouldn't expect too much. It's important also to secure our present carbon stocks. And there's need for alternatives. Maybe subsidy programs could contribute to that or could be an alternative. And last but not least, I think soil scientists should engage in the development of business models and standards for carbon farming. This is really important. I think the underlying problem in many cases is that there are no soil scientists involved in these initiatives. And I think we should engage in the development of standards and business models. And for the young people here, I think this is also a great opportunity. There are new job opportunities probably for soil scientists. So I encourage particularly the young people here to be engaged in carbon farming. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Wiesmeyer, for this very interesting and clear presentations of challenges and opportunities. We have now about 6 to 7 minutes time for questions, either from the public or from the online participants.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here. Thanks a lot for this very inspiring talk. And it actually inspired me to think a little bit about the purpose of these carbon credits. And I've been wondering, what you said, I think it's very true that the capacity for sequestering carbon is probably equivalent to the amount of carbon lost in the soil in the first place. But then aren't these carbon credits used to sort of offset or justify the burning of fossil fuels? I mean, that's like totally wrong, right? Because basically, if you take these 5 years windows for issuing these carbon credits, so if you find somewhere soils where due to whatever El Nino, La Nina oscillations, you have an oscillating carbon content in the soil, you can issue new credits every 5 years, even though the soil carbon stays the same.
Yeah, I agree. So this is the tricky thing. The periods are really short. So 3 to 5 years is really too short to really make sure that carbon is sequestered. So we need longer time frames. Yeah, I fully agree with that.
Hello, yes, I have a question from online from Harry Ram Kade. The question is that many of the proposed management practices for carbon sequestration in the global north are not new to the global south. How such knowledge from low input agricultural systems, how can that be used or be useful for high input agricultural systems?
Yeah, I would only partly agree. So I think we also have many different things what we can do to increase organic carbon. So, and there's really a detailed knowledge on that. So we have many publications on that, numerous publications. Of course, we should make use of all interesting things. So, for example, biochar. Biochar was in the beginning a thing from the tropics, and we try to apply biochar on our soils. Of course, we should be open-minded for everything, but I think we know a lot how to increase carbon. The thing is, we have to foster these methods. That this is getting into practice.
Hello, Steffi Zimmer from Institute of Organic Agriculture. I have a question. What would you recommend to deal with the point of this fairness? Farmers already having a high level of CO sequestration when they recover crops, organic farming or whatever. How could we deal with this?
Yeah, this is difficult. So actually, from my perspective, there's no solution for that. So we have to accept that if this is based on credits, you know. So we can just so the amount of carbon sequestered is the currency, and if this is the only currency, I do not see any solution for farmers with already high carbon contents. But I think if we have alternatives, it's not only, so the problem is that carbon is the only currency. We should reward not only the sequestered carbon, but also the additional benefits of carbon sequestration, you know, with regard to erosion control or biodiversity. And this is the thing.
Hello, I'm here. I have a question as well.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for a really wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
There wasn't a word you said that I disagreed with. I agreed with everything. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Now, you mentioned silvo-arable very briefly. So, if we look at the process of ecological succession, yeah, then if we look at the process of ecological succession, then agriculture in general tries to constrain that succession, so we got the highest productivity from radiant energy. But as we go further on, we have a more complex system with more carbon stored. And so another word you used is innovation, I think. So actually we need to think about different farming systems.
Exactly. Yeah.
Silvo-arable looks a good starting point to start thinking. I wondered if you had any more thoughts on that, because I think that's a really important zone for us to be looking at.
So I agree, yeah. And from my perspective, it's really agroforestry, different agroforestry systems are really interesting because, you know, you have economic benefits, you have ecological benefits and social benefits. it's really, from my perspective, a win-win-win system. And the question is, why does agroforestry does not play any role? Yeah? We can discuss that, but I think agroforestry is really interesting for the future. But there are interesting other management practices from regenerative agriculture, let's call, whatever this is, but there are interesting aspects. For example, innovative composting techniques, or kind of holistic grazing management approaches. And I think we have to tackle that. We have to study these systems, and yeah, this is the future, I think.
Benedetto Rogani from the Luxembourg Institute of Science and Technology. Actually, my question is not that far from the last one. I was wondering whether you have investigated somehow the experience that there is already existing since years in the forest sector with the certification schemes there, and particularly, for example, for the FSC, the Forest Stewardship Council, and the fact you consider not just carbon sequestration, but also many other ecosystem services in a bundle.
Yeah, so no, we didn't do that. So there is expertise in the forestry sector. I agree on that. But when we were asked to give our opinion on the soil carbon credits, we focused on aspects related to soil carbon. We are not, we didn't take into account all the experience from the forestry sector. Yeah. But it would worth to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask if there was a kind of, maybe you came across it in your review, what is being done in the tropical climate. Was there any review of some of the studies done already on this carbon credit in tropical climates?
I do not understand your question. Sorry.
I mean, generally we have temperate and tropical climate.
Yeah.
So what's been done in the tropical climates? Did you have any idea of that?
No, we just focused on temperate environments,
One of the critical points that was also already mentioned this morning is really how to monitor the soil organic carbon at cost efficient and with a very high precision, as we are speaking of very small increases. Do you see any technology, any method coming up that really could be the standard, let's say, to measure this and monitor this in the future?
Yeah, we just talked about that with Bas, who's sitting here, next speaker. He's the expert for example, remote sensing. But I think it's difficult. Also for remote sensing and for model-based approaches, you need data, So it's not that this is simple and you do that without any costs or data. You need data for that. And I do not really see alternative to kind of measurement-based approaches. And we are selling this carbon to companies. The companies compensate greenhouse gas emissions, so we have to be sure that the carbon, that is really there was a sequestration of carbon. And for that, I think we need really measurements. This is my opinion. But of course, the certifiers try to develop more cheap approaches. But I'm critical with that.
For remote sensing, you need gas soil.
Exactly. And then you can probably, with remote sensing, you can probably estimate the carbon content for the upmost topsoil. I don't know, for the first centimeters. If it's plowed, okay. But if it's not plowed, then the problems start. And it's mostly the content and not the stock. I don't know if there's any progress with the stock. So therefore, I'm a little bit skeptical.
You have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
I think we have, no, there's still one question. Let's take the last one.
I have a second question. In a discussion in Switzerland that I attended once, there was a big discussion about the agriculture on carbon-rich soils, so basically former peat soils.
Mm.
And there they said, well, there is a huge loss of carbon due to drainage of these soils in order to make them suitable for agriculture. Is there some way, I don't know what it's like in Luxembourg, whether this is also a problem. No one there really wanted to touch it because it's the most productive agricultural croplands that are on these soils. Is there, maybe it would, I think there would be much more benefit from actually stopping that decay of, or that release of carbon from those soils than to try to add carbon to mineral soils. Is there a way of doing it?
So I agree that this is, to stop the carbon losses from organic soils is really the biggest challenge we have. So it would be much more efficient to stop this huge carbon emissions from these organic soils than sequestering carbon in mineral soils. I fully agree. But this is a different story, you can use biodiculture systems. You have to re-wet the soils. It's pretty clear what to do. But this is a different story, but I agree.
If I may add one point about peat soils in Luxembourg, from the climatic and from the pathologic point of view, Luxembourg is not really an area where peat soils are at home. In the detailed soil map, I just checked it once, we have about 40 hectares with hystic horizons, but not really histosoils. So the question for Luxembourg is maybe not so crucial. So thank you very much once more, Mr. Wismayer. I would now come to our second speaker in the same area and domain. It is Professor Bas van Weesemaal. He's coming from the University of Louvain. He has a PhD in environmental sciences from the University of Amsterdam, and he's professor in physical geography at the University of Louvain. He works on special modeling of soil properties at the landscape level and at the regional scale. He's working for more than 2 decades on soil organic carbon as an indicator for soil. At the regional scale, his main activities concern monitoring changes in soil organic carbon content to quantify soil, atmosphere, CO2 fluxes. These studies were among the first to quantify the CO2 from the soils at the scale of an entire country and to explain the driving forces. He started with the specialization of the soil organic carbon acquired during the Lucas soil monitoring program of the GRC of the European Community and continued with digital soil mapping for the Wallonian region of Belgium and also for Luxembourg. He's going to present you now results from the latest study that he did for the Ministry of Agriculture about the recent trends on soil organic carbon in agricultural soils.
Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. And also, before I forget, special thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture in Luxembourg for funding our work in Luxembourg. That's Caroline Chartin, a postdoc at our university, did for the last 2-3 years. And although Luxembourg is maybe a small country, but the benefit is that they have an enormous amount of soil data. And already back in 2014, we compiled a map of the stocks in Belgium, in Luxembourg, based on this data. And although there is no monitoring network, a lot of georeferenced soil data exists. On the next, and this georeferenced soil data we use in the framework of what they call digital soil mapping in order to produce maps of soil organic carbon. The digital soil mapping is based on a very old idea already of Jenny in 1948, in which he says that the soil or the soil properties are a function of a number of other covariates, such as the elevation, the soil properties like clay content, silt content, and sand content that you see in the bottom of the map of Luxembourg, some other soil properties, and therefore we can construct multivariate models to predict the spatial distribution of soil organic carbon. And as I already said, Luxembourg is quite unique in having these historical and recent very dense data sets. To start with, I think sort of the minister already mentioned it, they started in 1900 with soil analysis. And then there is a data set in the 1960s and in 1970s. There is a more recent data set in around 2010 for soil profiles. And what we mainly used in the data is soil analysis for fertilizer advice to the farmers, of which annually there is a large amount of data, and which are updated regularly. So in collaboration with the ASTA, we did this work based on sort of the also so we have this data. We also have the very detailed soil map in Luxembourg, and in the remainder, I will present you the results for the soil associations, as you can see in the map on the right-hand side, going from the Ösling in the north to the Goodland, and in the Goodland with many more soil associations. So these numbers, they will always appear in the graphs that I'm going to show you, and we try as much as possible to quantify the soil organic carbon for these regions. So briefly, the historical trends. Well, as you can imagine, sort of going back to 1900, the methods of analysis were completely different from what they are now. Still on the left-hand side, you can see that there is quite a number of soils that were analyzed, all cropland soils. But in those days, they analyzed the humic acid content, and we can't compare them with the current analysis of soil organic carbon. But you can still see in the middle graph that the soil associations, you see clear differences in the humic acid contents, the highest in the Ösling, and then sort of in the Goodland lower contents. In the 1960s, 1970s, those are the points, and the box plots are the recent results. So you can see there are not so many analyses from the 1960s and the 70s. In those days, it was already the soil organic carbon content in % carbon. And if we compare them with the box plots, which are the current results, you can see that more or less the results are the same for the croplands on the right, for the grasslands in the middle. Although some regions in the Goodland, they will have lost some of the carbon, and also in the Ösling I see, so have lost some carbon over the years. But the picture is not sort of very straightforward. So more recently, and that's when Caroline started working on this project, we used the databases from the ASTA for agricultural soils, croplands, permanent grasslands and vineyards. For forest soils, we had no recent inventory, so the maps that I'm going to show you don't contain the croplands. And sort of the data, we improved the data analysis compared to a previous map that we did already in 2014. Some details on the sampling. It was done by the technicians of ASTA. They are normally one sample, a composite sample for each field, and for sampling depths of 0 to 25 in croplands, 0 to 15 in grasslands, and 0 to 30 in the vineyards. And here you can see the laboratory methods, first drying, sieving, and then carbon content using CN analyzers and correcting it for the inorganic carbon. So it's really state-of-the-art analysis for these data sets starting in 2012. Here you can see the number of points, so quite a large number of points. We took these 3 years together in order to have sort of a good spread of the data in Luxembourg. Obviously, the vineyards, which are the third map, they have sort of a relatively limited distribution along the Mosel, and they don't occur anywhere else. But for the rest, we got a good spread of the entire country. And already when we take all the data and use the sort of the covariates in a digital soil mapping approach, we can see that the position where the sample was taken is one of the most important factors explaining the carbon content. Also because in Luxembourg there is sort of a systematic trend with the altitude, the parent material, and the climate from the north to the south, the clay content, and the C factor, which is the crop cover factor. So grasslands have a higher C content than croplands in general. And in the graphs, you can also see that there are already some trends in some regions more than and some land uses more than in others with the clay content. So using these kinds of approaches, we can get these spatial maps of soil organic carbon, concentration in this case, contents, and on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side also their accuracy. And yeah, you can see that the accuracy for most of the areas are relatively small. It's about sort of 0.2% compared to mean values of 2.5 for croplands, 3.5 for grasslands. So good quality maps. This is the most recent one. And then we can also compare, obviously, the difference between, because I told you that we had sort of 2 periods from 2012 to 2014 and 2016, 2019. So here you can see the difference in soil organic carbon content between these 2 periods, on the left for cropland and on the right for grassland. And although, and like Martin said, these trends are difficult to detect and there is no overall trend appearing. Some, especially in the cropland, in the Ösling and in the west of the Goodland, you see clear red figures appearing where the carbon content decreases significantly, but overall the changes are not very large, but the period is also quite short. So this is all carbon content, and like we heard in the previous talk about the carbon farming and the CO2 equivalence, in that case you need the the quantity of carbon, or what they call the carbon stocks. And normally it's calculated in the first 30 centimeters of the soil. And in order to convert the stock content, we need the stock. We need the stock content over 30 centimeters. We need the thickness of the soil, in this case 30 centimeters. We need the stone content, the RM, and we need the bulk density. So how are we going to? From the ASTA database, we have the soil organic carbon content in croplands over 25 centimeters, in grasslands 15, and in vineyards over 30. So we need sort of to come to a homogenized carbon content over 30 centimeters. That's the first challenge in order to calculate these stocks. Then we need the bulk density, like Martin also said in his talk. We need the stone content, and if we have these three, we can then calculate the soil organic carbon stock. So for each point that we have, so we tried to derive pedo transfer functions for these soil properties. In this case, you can see how we derived from a mass preserving spline the soil organic carbon content over the 0 to 30 centimeters, taking the data in the historical database and some on the soil profile database. For the bulk density, it's well known that sort of data on soil organic carbon content are more readily available than data on bulk density. And in this case, we took advantage of sort of the data that exists in Belgium and also the data that exists in the Ardennes in similar geological context as it appears in Belgium, in order to calculate what they call pedo transfer functions. And you can see here that we tried a different number of pedo transfer functions, and the one in the right we maintained, which gives sort of the bulk density in function of the, as you can see in the blue bar chart, the soil organic carbon content, the texture in the textural triangle, and the other variables are less important. So we came up with a pedo transfer function specific for Luxembourg. And for the rock fragment by mass, we did a similar exercise from historical profiles and the databases, and also we're able to calculate a pedo transfer function. Specifically, the most important variables that explain the stone content are the texture class, the elevation, and the others are less important. Combining these the sock content, the bulk density, and the stone content, we then could construct for each point in the ASTA database a value for the soil organic carbon stock, and using sort of a Monte Carlo uncertainty, a Monte Carlo distribution, we could calculate the uncertainty for all of these points, which you see here below. And on the right-hand column, you can see that sort of the uncertainty is about sort of 20% of the carbon stock. And then sort of like I showed in one of the first graphs, where we use this digital soil mapping approach to map the soil organic carbon content, we did the same with these calculated values of the soil organic carbon stock. And here you can see the performance of these models around sort of 50% of the variance is explained by the models, and the most important variables are the land use, again, the geographical coordinates, so the north versus the south, the crop cover, among the first three most important variables. And this then sort of, then this one, already I said that we did sort of a more uncertainty analysis for the database, and we repeated a second uncertainty analysis for the model. And so combining the two uncertainty analyses, we derived the soil organic carbon stocks for, we could map the soil organic carbon stocks, and we could calculate the mean values and their uncertainties for each soil association. Resulting in these maps of soil organic carbon stocks and uncertainties. So again, you see that the uncertainties, they are sort of about 25%. And so in some cases where the data, where we don't have so much data, the red values on the right-hand graph, right-hand map, you can see that the uncertainty is sometimes higher. And then again, we can see how the carbon content, the carbon stock changed from one period to the next. So from 2012, 2014 on the left, and 2016, 2019 on the right. And again, it's a sort of a mixed picture. You don't see that it decreased everywhere. Most areas, the changes are not significant in the yellow or greenish colors, and in some cases, especially in the carbon in the croplands, again on the east side of Luxembourg, there were decreases, and in the histograms you can see that the croplands gained some carbon, but very little, whereas the grasslands, they lost some of the carbon. Now the latest work we did was on the good agricultural practices, like Martin mentioned that changes in farming practices can lead to increases in carbon into the soil. And in this case, there are three specific good agricultural practices, mesures agri-environnementales, that are also subsidized. One of them is reduced tillage, the next one is cover crops, and the third one is temporary grasslands in the rotation. Again, we could locate where these practices occurred, and we also had soil analysis in these fields. And from the left hand, on the right hand side, you see sort of the database where we collected the samples, and on the left hand side, you can see the distribution of the carbon content in croplands, in conventional agriculture in gray, and the other ones in the agro-environmental measures. So already you see that sort of the, although the distributions are not significantly different, the agro-environmental measures tend to have some higher values of carbon content. In this case, it's carbon content. And here we summarized it again for each soil association. And as you can see in the uppermost graph, not often are the differences significant, but overall there are some regions, and you can see it also in the right column of the table, that there are, especially in the Ösling, and also some of the agricultural regions more to the south, there are sort of three regions where there are significant differences due to these agroecological measures. And if we split them up into specific agroecological measures, like you see in these tables, the temporary grassland, the reduced tillage, and the cover crops. You can see that it's particularly in the temporary grasslands that the significant differences appear. In the column with the p-values, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 soil associations have significant differences, whereas the reduced tillage does not lead to significant differences, and the cover crops, they do not show any significant differences also. And sometimes also you can see in the column with the mean that the carbon content decreases where cover crops are applied, but that is sort of a special characteristic of the farming system in Luxembourg, where these cover crops are always in combination with silage maize. So if the silage maize tends to decrease the carbon because all the residues are removed from the soil, and after that they apply the cover crops. But these systems, compared to systems where there is either temporary grassland or much more cereals, are sort of deficit in carbon input into the soil. This one was the overall model, and to illustrate what the effect of these good agricultural practices is on the carbon content. And you can see that sort of compared to the other variables, the differences are not significant. So in conclusion, I hope I have demonstrated the wealth of the database that exists at ASTA already in the 1900s, but sort of still continuing and ever improving. The soil organic carbon contents mainly sort of the north-south gradient that exists in Luxembourg, the altitude, the climate, the clay content, that are along the same gradient, and that ensure that sort of clear carbon content maps can be drawn. The recent changes in carbon content and carbon stock, as I've shown, there are some areas with changes, but it's rather limited. And the effect of the 3 good agricultural practices, although the period of observation is not so long yet, it's especially the temporary grasslands that seem to sequester more carbon. And like Martin also mentioned, monitoring carbon stocks in particular is quite challenging, and field data are critically lacking, especially for the bulk density and the vertical seed profiles. And in the north of Luxembourg, also the stone content is a critical parameter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Wiesemal, for having explained the technical material in a way that I hope everybody could follow. And especially, I would also thank you and Caroline Chartin for having analyzed in the last 3 years in details the data that we made available to you. And now we have time for questions from the audience or from online. Some volunteers.
You're all from Luxembourg, so you know it much better than I do. So
Nobody? I would have a question addressing Professor Wesemal, maybe also Mr. Wiesmeyer. It concerns reduced tillage. Is reduced tillage or where plowing is stopped is already quite largely implied here in Luxembourg. And as we know, it had been mentioned by Mr. Wiesmeyer, and we had also already measured it. There is a redistribution of organic carbon in the AP horizon, in the upper horizon. So there is an increase of organic carbon in 0-15 and a decrease in the 15-25 centimeters. If we speak about sequestration and also in the idea of carbon farming, as Mr. Wiesmeyer said, farmers who have already a high level, especially in the top part of the AP horizon, are in some situation are disadvantages. So my question would be, what do you think of returning, let's say every 10 years, returning the profile by plowing once in 10 years and then restarting increasing organic carbon in the topsoil?
Well, first of all, but Martin also mentioned it, reduced tillage has a lot of beneficial effects. It sort of increases the carbon content in the topsoil, where it sort of stabilizes the aggregates and has a very good effect on infiltration of rainfall and reduction of erosion. So yeah, we should not see everything into these CO2 credits. It has been shown not only in Luxembourg but also in Belgium and also in the US that sort of a lot of these degradation problems are addressed by zero tillage. So it has a good effect. I also believe, and Martin also mentioned it, that the combination of these agricultural practices is the most beneficial. So many farmers that apply cover crops, they don't plow their soils so much anymore, and then you get sort of you get the combination of cover crops and reduced tillage. From this remote sensing, we're also struggling with this with the reduced tillage. In Belgium or in Luxembourg, I believe there is not such a thing as direct seeding, or hardly. So the soil is always cultivated, normally not so deep anymore, and normally not with a moldboard plow, but with tines. I personally, I would not argue to stop this system and plow deeper once every 10 years. But I don't know what you think, Martin.
So first of all, I would agree that reduced tillage makes sense if erosion is an issue, for sure. Yeah, you're increasing carbon in the utmost topsoil, and this makes sense for many purposes, but not from a climate perspective. This is, yeah, I agree. And yeah, with the idea of, I think if you have no-till systems for many, many years, for decades, soil compaction is an issue, you know, and I think a plowing event after a few years is certainly a good idea. So we also have long-term field experiments in Bavaria where we compared such systems, so plowing every 5 years, and actually these were the systems where we had most carbon in the soil. And this is what I also mentioned with this subsoil management. What I mean with subsoil management, with this carbon farming plow. The idea is to bring the carbon-rich topsoil in the subsoil and a little bit of subsoil in the topsoil, and this may be beneficial for carbon sequestration because, you know, you store the carbon in the subsoil and you have fresh mineral surfaces in the topsoil, and you could efficiently store or stabilize the fresh organic matter inputs in the upmost layer. So I think this is a good idea.
Maybe Professor Nibberwright could eventually give his opinion from UK experience on that point, because it is a really important point to solve in our advisory strategy for the future.
Well, the practice that is general actually is to plough after a number of years, but this is because there are some problems with invasive weeds. So that's, again, it's not about carbon, but in order to use min-till, or it's not usually zero-till, it's min-till, and sustain it in a cereal or seed rate per cycle, you do need to plough, it seems, in order to deal with blackgrass problems. So that's the first thing to say. But then thinking about it from a soil science perspective, we've got a very, very complex architecture of pores with, you know, it's first of all very extensive. The diameter of the pores is very variable. The tortuosity of the pores, the length of the pores, this is all very, very intriguing and interesting. And we know that that's the habitat in which the soil micro ecosystem operates. So let's apply a lot of mechanical energy and smash it all up. What happens next? Well, I'm going to conjecture the first thing that happens is that the carbon that was down a little tiny pore and inaccessible, some of it at least has become accessible again. I think one of the insights that was given to me by my colleague Carl Ritz is, don't imagine it's like a coral reef down there, Mark. It's more like a desert, and that, you know, the carbon is over there, a long way, and I'm a microbe, and is it worth my while getting there? Probably not, so I'm dormant. So let's move everything around. Maybe not a very good idea. So thinking at it in a sort of theoretical way, I think it's very clear that that mechanical disturbance is disrupting the soil ecosystem and disrupting the processes that are going on. But from a practical agricultural point of view, the experience in the UK is you have to do some proper ploughing at some interval. I hope that helps.
So if I understand you right, you are not so in favor. You would not be so in favor.
In principle, no.
In principle.
In principle, not. But in practice.
It also depends on the crops, not so much in Luxembourg maybe, but it's sort of like in the loam belt and the Walloon region. You have every 2-3 years you have a sugar beet or a potato, and then you need some ploughing in order for the tubers to properly develop. So normally there is some. It's not continuous, noting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe meanwhile there were still questions that raised. No? Thank you, Professor Wismar. Thank you, Mr. Haagen. So we come to our last speaker of the afternoon, and I would like to present you Mr. Benedetto Ruggiani from LIST Institute. He's an environmental scientist from the University of Siena in Italy, with research background on life cycle assessment and environmental accounting. He's a researcher at LIST since more than 10 years. And his presentation will be about the environmental impact associated with excavated soil in life cycle in Luxembourg.
Thank you very much. for the nice introduction. Yes, so we take here another perspective about soil, not so much focused on soil quality or the ecosystem services related to soil. First of all, because I'm not a soil scientist, so I couldn't speak so much about that, but about the management of the soil once is on the market or in the economic system. So we do that through LCA, life cycle assessment. So first of all, it's worth mentioning that say the per capita production of inert soil, so soil, wasted soil, inert, not polluted soil, in Luxembourg per capita is one of the highest in Europe, and one of the highest related to soils, first than mineral waste or other materials. And this trend is not decreasing, actually. And there is a problem in Luxembourg related to this stock of this material. So where to put this waste? So there is kind of a lack of capacity of the territorial systems and the existing landfills and quarries in Luxembourg to stock this material. And in Cascade, there is also the problem related to the pollution because this waste is transported in several places, also outside Luxembourg, with the consequence of crowding roads and increasing the traffic jams. So this is the context. What we wanted to do in this study, which was as a kind of feasibility analysis to understand how to reuse this wasted soil in another way, we analyzed the business as usual scenario, so what is going on in Luxembourg at the moment, with an alternative potential scenario of reusing completely in Luxembourg this amount of material. And this is a study funded by ECT Group, which is a French company working on recovery of inert soil. So the specific objectives of this study. First of all, we characterized the existing material flows of the waste, soil waste in Luxembourg, the excavated soil waste in Luxembourg. And then we analyzed the environmental impacts associated with these material flow systems in Luxembourg. So looking at all the main phases of the material, how the material is extracted or transported, first landfilled or backfilling the holes of in the quarries in Luxembourg, or transported abroad. And then we compared this system with a potential alternative where the material is all staying in Luxembourg. So basically the difference between the two makes the delta that we want to quantify in terms of environmental benefits. And our hypothesis was that the alternative system was generating less environmental impacts, and therefore we wanted to validate this hypothesis. In terms of methodology, we applied, let's say, a preliminary, I call preliminary because it's not really the comprehensive method of material flow analysis, focusing on really the specific excavated soils flows in Luxembourg. And we coupled this analysis with LCA, life cycle assessment, which is an ISO standardized method 14044, which foresees several steps, let's say to mention, first of all, the definition of the system, the boundary of the system, the functional units, and then make an inventory of all the flows directly and indirectly associated with the production system. In our case, the system from the excavation of the material until the landfilling of the material, either in Luxembourg or abroad. And then the life cycle impact assessment, which is the number 4, where we try to characterize those flows, elementary flows, which have been inventoried before in terms of environmental impacts. And so global warming potential, resource depletion, and so on, I will show you later, and then try to understand the results. So data sources mainly data came from static and also from the Environmental Agency administration. Sorry. So those are public data for a time reference between 2010 2021. Then we focused specifically on the data between 2016 and 2019 because they were covering with more detail all the aspects. And the categories of flows were from the economic sectors, so producing the waste materials, the soil waste flow exported from the landfills, because in Luxembourg they are not just stopping in the landfill, somehow they are also exported again. And the exported waste type and material, the destination country, and the treatment destination. Now, I'm not going to show you all the results. I'm just doing an overview, a simplified overview, just to give you an idea and an order of magnitude of the results. So in terms of material flow analysis, what we found was in line with what was, let's say, qualitatively perceived. So this is a first study that really tried to quantify and in a comprehensive way all the material flows. It's not necessarily complete, but in terms of order of magnitude, we are there, we guess. So on average, per year, there are around 8 megatons of materials, excavated soil produced in Luxembourg, or wasted, as we want to perceive. And around 1.3 megatons goes either mostly in France, actually, and a little bit in Germany and then in Belgium. The soil that stays in Luxembourg, most of it stays in existing quarries, so backfilling the holes from the past extraction of the material, and somehow is also treated and eliminated in the landfills. Just a tiny part, the one here, around 50 kilotons per year, are recovered and reused in the market. And in terms of where the material is coming from, we see that most of the material is coming from existing construction sites, both for residential and non-residential buildings, and partially from construction of roads, highways, and so on. In this case, we have to consider that we have an estimate that half of the material extracted is actually reused in place already. Okay. Yeah. So we use these data sets trying to characterize what is the associated impact, environmental impact. So as I said, we used LCA, and with LCA, we first do an inventory of the emissions and resource uses along the phases of the production system. And then we try to characterize the midpoint and then endpoint level of impacts. We didn't reach the endpoint level because there is a bit of uncertainty increase in that. So we just wanted to characterize some of the most representative environmental impacts for our systems, which are those related to particulate matter formation, climate change effects, water use, and fossil fuels use. Here is just a simplified representation. And a little bit more about the assumptions. We compared only, let's say, what is the difference between the two systems, because there was no, there was a bit of uncertainty related to the use of data that we have to together. We didn't have access specifically to site-specific data in Luxembourg, so we had to rely on the literature to represent some unit processes. So we decided to focus only on transportation processes and a bit on the landfill and what is happening in the quarries and so on, which are basically the phases that differ in the two cases. The other phases are the upstream and downstream phase cycle are basically the same, so we simply avoided to calculate the impacts for those phases. And so we concentrated on those two. And what we did, first of all, for the business as usual scenario, we tried to understand what is actually the minimum, maximum, and average distance using a weighted approach, distance approach from the extraction site to the landfills, and then from the landfills to abroad and so on. And so we got this average data considering all the landfills and quarries in Luxembourg. And let's say we are in between scenarios of 10 kilometers from distance, of distance, 40 and 70. And we did the same for the, let's say, the alternative scenario where we made an hypothesis thanks to a participatory approach with some experts from the funding actor, and we built a land suitability map. I'm not going into the details here. This was part of another broader project, let's say. But this exercise allowed us to identify the sites in Luxembourg where potentially this material can be stored again to build new potential nature-based solutions. So areas which can use this soil for building greenery systems, recreational systems, and so on. So a kind of revalorization of these waste in Luxembourg. And we got results of the environmental impacts. As you can see, there are large, huge differences between the business as usual and the alternative model. So the alternative model is much more convenient in terms of environmental benefits. So we validate the initial hypothesis, and for all the four impact categories, we observe differences, sometimes even by one order of magnitude, and particularly for the water consumption, for example, where we have this water use in the landfills and in the quarries, which makes difference, but also for the diesel consumptions, which are much higher in the case of the business as usual. And this is the last slide before the conclusion. That's a bit more detail about which phase has more impact. And for the business as usual, we see that the phase number 3, which is the one related to the landfilling of the material, is the one who is dominant across the different let's say, impact categories. So basically, some concluding remarks. We have observed that at the current rate of disposal of inert waste in Luxembourg, potentially, which is around 5 megatons per year, consider all the, let's say, disposals, the national sites will not be capable after 2030 to host this material. So we have this problem to solve. And the carbon footprint associated with the soil landfill or exported abroad, so as a whole, can be quantified around 11 kilograms CO2 equivalent per ton. Okay. And this is mainly associated with the transportation in Luxembourg. Okay. And in terms of environmental reduction, applying an alternative model, or so looking just at the environmental benefits, we have a huge potential reduction in the carbon footprint, mainly associated with what we saw, the transportation sector, and with level between 62 and 72 and 77%, depending on the distance between the extraction site and the landfill area and the reusage area. Sorry. And finally, as I said, we can confirm the hypothesis that we made at the beginning. The alternative model can help reducing the overall environmental footprint of this system, can help preventing and mitigating the problem of the overexploitation of the landfills, which is quite urgent, and can also hamper to address the other relevant problem associated with the traffic jams generated by the transportation system of the soil. And with that, this is all. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rugani, for
Rugani,
sorry,
no
for a different insight in sustainability of soils. Are there questions in the audience? Yes.
Hello, hi. Thank you for the presentation. Very informative. I have a question related to the last slide with the numbers you have, and you said
this one.
Yeah. So we see here the carbon footprint and different methodologies for basically status quo and what would be done, like reuse and so on. Did you have a chance to estimate the cost impact of these two options, saying that, okay, the status quo currently for business, I guess it's more beneficial or from cost perspective, and if they going to move to the proposed solution or with the alliance with the government, whatever, then it would be the cost increase or cost decrease. I'm not talking just for business, but also maybe for related institutes or related parties, whatever.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Of course, thanks. Actually, no. I mean, we stopped at the pillar, the environmental pillar of the sustainability. We didn't go further on the economic or social, even social pillar for many reasons. But we didn't. We have an hypothesis related to literature evidence that imply a nature-based solution approach in the reuse of soil can provide benefits also in terms of for the economic system as a whole. Of course, benefits which are more spread, because in this case there is actually let's say a business behind this system. Okay, I'm not going to I mean, to discuss about the pros and cons. It's not my my field. But of course, if you change the reutilization of the soil, you have to change also the the business model behind. And literature suggests that this is also economically beneficial and also socially beneficial, because you have many ecosystem services which can generate it in turn, associated with not just environmental benefits. Because the idea here is to create recreational areas, so places where also for the local communities there might be some advantages. Now, I think that's the next step, but it probably is not up to us.
Okay, thank you. I think I have a follow-up question to that. So the alternative solutions that you mentioned, would they allow to reduce the landfill to zero?
I don't know. I think very close to zero, I think, but it's not something that we can judge, really estimate as such. We have, because there are many, I mean, the potential for reusing this waste is there. So on paper, this waste could be fully recovered, but then it depends from many factors, let's say. So on paper, I can tell you, yes, can be, but then it depends.
Yes, are there some further questions? Yes, Jérôme?
Jérôme Juiret from LIST. So going back to the excavation of soil, I would like to know if there is, if you consider, or if the authorities consider soils, all these soils that are taken for building house, for example, as the same object, or do they separate between the topsoil and the subsoil? Because I'm living here and I see they are building house, and I see every day they are digging soil and materials, and they just put it all in the same truck. And for me, as a soil scientist, the value of the topsoil is different than the value of the subsoil. And I would like to raise this point that we need something in the law that, like in Switzerland, they have the obligation to separate the soils between the topsoils and the subsoil, and to re-put in a good way the material after, or to they are not considering the same in the same way both. And I would like to push this and to raise this issue here in Luxembourg.
Yeah. We have some disaggregated information about the type of soil. So then I don't know exactly about topsoil and subsoil and so on, but I mean, we have several categories. So sable correcteur, concassé de carrière, terre argileuse, sable remblai. There are many categories. So probably there is a distinction made at some point. I think that all the material that you see put in the truck, I think that's, if it's all inert material, is going either outside Luxembourg, abroad, or stay landfill. I mean, the reuse of this material is only only a teeny part is reused.
But in terms of value, they don't have the same value.
Of course.
You are not trying to.
Of course.
We are
yeah.
We can discuss about that later, but they really don't have the same value.
Of course.
Yes, this is a really important point, also from the point of view of agriculture, and maybe Sophie Capux from the Agency of Environment has some complementary explanations.
Thank you for your presentation, Benedetto, and thank you for your comment, Jérôme. I agree fully. And I suppose there's nobody in this audience that doesn't agree, but let me shortly explain this concept of waste as it is defined in Luxembourgish as well as European law. So what defines if something is a waste or not is if you want to get rid of it or not. So it has nothing to do with the quality of the material. And here in Luxembourg, unfortunately, this at the construction sites, it's much cheaper to just dump it all on a truck and get rid of it. And that's where the pity is. Actually, this topsoil could be reused, and then it would not be waste at all, and it would not be in the statistics that the list used for this study. And that is true also for the geological material. If we make the distinction between topsoil and the rocks, for example, that are excavated, there are many construction sites, for example, in the Luxembourg sandstone. Those stones never come to a landfill because they are themselves construction materials. So they are not shown in the waste statistic. I believe it's important to understand this distinction. But you are right, there should be a law protecting soil and saying that you cannot dispose of this valuable resource.
What I may add from the agricultural point of view, I guess that what is reused actually is probably what Jérôme Juilleret suggested, is probably the A horizon. And up from the A horizon, B and C horizon probably, and geological substrate even further down is probably mixed and considered as excavated material. What I would be interested to know if we could not reuse at least the B horizon in nature-based solutions. For me, one of the solutions could be to spread it on arable land where the texture is maybe sandy and where we could increase, yes, the clay content or even maybe the silt content. And the question also is, would this be possible without adding some supplementary organic carbon just to raise the material to enrich the B horizon with organic carbon before spreading it on arable land? But I think from the agricultural point of view, this would be very welcomed in certain areas where we have sandy soils. Some further questions on this very interesting topic for Luxembourg?
A small question on the bar charts that you showed just before. In responding to the question, you had these charts, no?
The chart.
Which one was it? This one?
This one or the other one?
No, the other one, I think.
This one.
Oh, no. It was on the origin of the material. Sorry.
The appendix.
This one. Yeah, this one. If I look at these charts, it seems to me that they're all sort of economical materials, no? Like concassé. Why is it excavated? It's used somewhere, no? As a construction material. And I don't see the topsoil in here. The black line is the topsoil, but it's hardly anything, no?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
So that's the typology and amount of excavated soil material waste moved out from Luxembourgish landfills or quarries.
So that's the who was mentioned before, maybe Sophia before, that some of the material is actually used in the market. Yeah.
Most, if you look at sort of this table, no, Concas say they use it to construct roads, no?
Yeah, but the problem is the unit. The unit there is just 1 megaton. Let's say we are talking about 8 megaton of waste. So that's just a nested part. You know, that's what is here.
It's only,
Yeah.
it's not the entire
Yeah,
soil.
which is not even represented here, but is in between those. So
okay, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say it was not easy to navigate across the data, but yeah, we try to summarize those in a more kind of easy way to illustrate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I propose that we close the debate here. I'd like to thank already now all the presenters of the morning, of the afternoon, and especially also the colleagues that prepared a poster for today, for the effort that they made, first of all, to prepare the presentation, to be here, and to animate a very interesting discussion about soils. And I would like to come to the last part of the afternoon and give the microphone back to Lucien Hoffmann about the question of the opportunity and the necessity to create a platform for soils here in Luxembourg.
Okay, so stand with me or with us for the last part, in which we want to address, let's say, the second objective of the meeting today, which came out a little bit as a task from the last meeting 1 year ago, where the conclusion was this: well, maybe consider launching a soil society in Luxembourg. And so over the last months, we have discussed this in a small group to prepare this session. So with Simon Marx representing ASTA, Gaetan Fourvel representing the environmental agency, Mike Halsdorf from a private company from AHSL, and myself, to let's say propose you this as a discussion point today, and to see if there is a general interest to go into that direction. And to start with, we want to make you work a little bit for the slides, for the Slido, maybe one back. Yeah, so we have organized a Slido part, so you can take your phone and try to go to joinslido.com with the code here, and then we will have some questions afterwards on which you can vote to have a little bit your feeling on some points. You have the Wi-Fi here of the room here. You're ready? Ready to go? No. Okay, so the first, let's say, a question that we want to address to you: do you think after this day, what you are feeling is in general that the creation of a society dealing with soils in Luxembourg is useful? Yes or no? Easy question. Are there people voting? You will see it on the... All good? Maybe only one person voted. I don't know. 36? Okay. So that's very promising to have a large support then to move on in maybe creating a general, more permanent platform, going beyond, let's say, an annual meeting, but also between, to have kind of lobby, let's say, for the soil, to make outreach activities on the soil, to bring together networking and have other activities around soil. The second question, the second question is, what do you think could be the mission of a soil society in Luxembourg? So simply give one keyword, or you can also give several keywords, and then the mind map will appear on the screen. So what do you think could be, should be a mission, the mission of such a society? To the size of the words indicates how many people voted for the same or indicated the same. Okay, thank you very much. Then the next question, if we have such a soil society, what type of activities could you would you expect from such a society? You can have multiple votes, let's say, on the activities presented here. So everything. Okay, thank you. The next one. What should be the targeted membership? In many countries, there are more scientific soil societies. Other countries, it's more open. Here we give two alternatives, but we will come back to this in the discussion. Do you see the society of all actors, of all stakeholders? So public authorities, administrations, research, teaching organizations, private companies, schools, and all people interested by it, or something that is more, let's say, science-driven, research-driven only? I think that's also quite clear. Okay, thank you. The name. These are some suggestions, but of course can be other. I don't know. We have also an other where people can. You can also give. It does not appear the other.
The next slide.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other suggestion? Still one typing. Okay. Thank you. I think that's all. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for your input. I think it's very interesting, and so we have prepared some slides to also now discuss maybe with you. Also, I think integrating what was coming now out of the vote and to see if things are missing or not. The one general mission for discussion could be is to promote the knowledge on as well as the management and protection of soil in Luxembourg, which could be the overarching mission, considering that soil, we consider really all types of soil, the mineral soils in different agriculture, forest, urban, and organic soils that were several times mentioned today. Peat, although this is very, let's say, not a very important soil type or even not a real soil type in Luxembourg. Any comments on this more general mission? Jerome? Yeah, this came out as a strong keyword in the vote. Any other? Then maybe going to more the I would say what is the implementation, and there are many things that also came up during the votes. So providing a meeting and networking platform between different disciplines of the soil science community, as well as between the university, government agencies, companies. So all the votes were to have something very large as a platform, not only on the research. So this is reflected in this first bullet point. Something also that we thought of would be of interest to centralize somewhere the publications and reports realized on Luxembourgish soils. You don't find nowhere a central place where you find all the studies that were done, PhD studies, publications, and so on Luxembourgish soils. Mapping soil-related competencies in Luxembourg. So I think this is already a nice forum to see where are competencies on soil, which type of competencies. But it would be good to have this mapped somewhere that you know if you have a question, a problem that you want to address, to know whom to contact in Luxembourg. Promoting knowledge transfer on Luxembourgish soils to decision makers, so also to that the studies that research does, that they afterwards also are introduced to and maybe to decision makers to help them to make the good decisions towards soil sustainability. Raising awareness, that came out also as a very strong point in the poll for the general public about the state of our soil, the importance of soil as a natural resource in terms of function in the landscape, in the environment, and for the global ecosystem. Teaching, so the education aspect, promoting the development and teaching of soil science in its fundamental and applied aspects. And what also, which did not came up maybe really in the polls, but maybe in the networking part, but which also for us in this small working group seemed important, is that for the moment, if you look in, let's say, European federations of soil-related societies, Luxembourg is a white spot, because there's no organization in Luxembourg that can, let's say, be member of such federations, because there is no soil-related society in Luxembourg. We thought that it's also important as Luxembourg, to be represented in this European scientific societies and others related to soils, and of course linking up with neighboring disciplines in Luxembourg and outside of Luxembourg. So, like at the international level, the International Union of Soil Science and the European Confederation of Soil Science Societies. So that's a little bit what we came up, and I think this reflects quite well what came out also through the polls, but open for discussion.
Lucien, thank you. I've been wondering, just thinking about some other countries, and it seems a big problem is everywhere the sharing of soil data. It's often very, very difficult to get access to soil data. And I heard that this is also the case in Luxembourg. Could we do something about that here?
I don't know. I'm not the owner of this of many of the soil data, so I cannot take a decision on that one.
Could it be a mission of the society to improve the sharing, the open sharing of data related to soils?
Yep. Noted. I know someone of the owners want to react on this. Sophie.
But we can talk about that on in our first meeting, then maybe from the association. My suggestion would be to add citizens in the first bullet point.
Yeah. Correct. Jérôme?
Yes, me again. I would like also to see somewhere biodiversity, either in the mission or in the general, but soil biodiversity is also something that we should take care. And,
yeah, but why so specific? Why not? Well,
because for me,
why not speak then about soil health, maybe, which is broader than just
different.
Biodiversity?
But I think, okay, this is my point of view. I think biodiversity should pop up somewhere, also in the discussion or in the mission. Or
somewhere here. It's all the disciplines, I would say. Why single out biodiversity? I don't know. What is your opinion? Yep.
Would you set all these missions on the same level, or would you say some have priority over others?
I don't know. What is the general feeling? On the polls, everything was more or less on the same level. When we looked at what type of activities, what type of missions would you see, was almost all on the same level, except maybe I think the library and things like that.
Paraphrasing, I would recommend to basically have a prioritization amongst them, because
when you have limited resources, right? And like you have to basically then like fight for different interests. Like some might be more important than others. For example, if you the promotion of knowledge transfer to decision makers might be more important than transferring knowledge to a citizen, because if it's a rule and if it's a law, people will have to follow it, which has more impact than, for example, educating a couple of people, which is always good, which we also should do, but it might not be at limited resources or main priority.
But on the other hand, if I would say if there's a lot of public awareness, this then also may push the politicians to take this up maybe more in their agenda than it is for the moment. I don't know.
Might take, but I'm not saying like we should be raising it. Like from my experience, it's better to like be clear like what the key missions are and submissions, open for discussion.
At least we need to know what our limited resources are. Then allocate, know how much resources we have.
It's all in the free time. Any other thoughts? Do you feel something is missing from your reaction to the polls, or does it cover pretty well? Okay, seems to be the case. So the type of activities, also there was an interest in, I think, equally interest of the four first one, so the scientific networking, the build trainings. Something also that we were considering, for example, in the National Library of Luxembourg, you don't find any soil-related book. So also to have there to let's say raise awareness that also in such an institution there should be some general soil-related books and so on. But this is not. And something also maybe that could be of interest. I don't know, as there are very different, let's say, stakeholders working on soil. Sometimes it may be also interest to have working groups on specific topics. For example, for some to have coherence on some analytical methods that are used in Luxembourg, that you can also easily compare the results between different studies and so on, or other types of working groups. So that could also be, let's say, part of the society, the association to set up specific working groups on some specific topics of general interest. That we addressed, so 100% or 97% were for integrating all the stakeholders, and so here the civil society also appears. And so that's it. So thank you very much for this feedback. So there seems to be a general interest to move to something more organized. And so we will come back to you also through the satisfaction survey of the meeting to see maybe who, for the next steps, let's say, who is motivated, interested to contribute time and efforts to develop now this society association, because this needs time. You need to have the regulations, look for money, be in the committee meetings, and so on. So we need also some motivated people to help to develop this society. If there are no motivated people, then of course it will be not living, or it will even not be born and not live long afterwards. So we will come back to you through mail to see who would be interested in really helping to develop, set up this society. And then hopefully maybe next year we can present the society to the audience in December. Is that a plan? Okay, then. Thank you all. I don't know, Simon, if you want to add something. No. Then thank you also from my side for all your contributions, your time, your active participation. I think it was really interactive also with the speakers. And to answer, we invite you to a last drink that is offered by the Ministry of Agriculture. It's a Luxembourgish wine offered by the Institut Vitivinicole, so produced by Luxembourgish wine growers. Please. Thank you.